Good morning and welcome to the Board of Review hearing or meeting from the City of Fitchburg. It is a beautiful Tuesday, August 20th, 2024. And welcome to today's meeting. And members of the committee, thank you for taking time today. We have a lot of business at hand, but we appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules. At this time, I would ask our clerk, Tracy, maybe you can introduce who's with you today and then give us a roll call if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair Paff. So I have Stephanie Martinez, the Assistant Municipal Clerk. She'll be helping with tracking minutes with me today, and we will go into roll call.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Chair Sean Paff.
Present.
Richard Bloomquist is absent. Elton Krim Jr. is absent. Carol Poole.
I'm here.
Sharif Atoun.
Present.
Dave Carlson.
Present.
Andrew Slager.
Present.
Mark Fairchild.
Present.
You do have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. And we have a quorum, and I would just remind members of the committee to help Tracy and Stephanie that when you make a motion, you say your last name, and if you second it, please say your last name for the record as well. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and thank you for that reminder.
Of course, absolutely. Okay, at this time now, I'm going to ask my friend Andrew, item 3A, since he so wonderfully chaired that committee meeting last time. Appreciate you taking his seat as in the last Board of Review. Could you offer an approval of the minutes for item 3A, friend?
Yes, I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second by Poole, motion by Sleeper. Any discussion on those minutes? I was not here, so I'm going to pass on discussing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, the same sign, please. And the ayes have it. Okay, at this time now, we are going to move on to item 4A. And in front of you, item 4 is proceed to hear, deliberate, and determine the following residential objections. We have five cases in front of us. Tracy, do you want to just do any preview before we start on the first item of what we're doing here in this batch of the agenda?
Yes, so we have Wilson Living Trust, 5691 Ashbourne Lane, parcel 0609-043-1133-7. They are, they're assessed at 1,248,800. Their opinion of total value is 1,108.
Okay.
And they are here. We can call them up to the
I would
counter.
ask the Wilson Living Trust family to please come forward. And thank you for being here. And as you heard from FACTv, please pull the microphones a little close to you. And before we introduce folks, I'm just going to read a little bit into the record. Okay, before we introduce these folks, I'm going to ask everyone to silence their cell phones. That includes me, which I just did. I want to confirm that you folks are the persons owning the property. Okay, you can grab a seat, sir, if you don't mind. And I ask you to swear, our clerk Tracy, to swear you in, to present you to give your testimony. And then once again, I'll read the PIN property and the property's owner opinion of the value into the record. So Tracy, if you would start.
Button not working. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Go ahead, sir. The Appraiser, I believe.
Dominic Mickelson, address 6276 Templeton Terrace, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, appraiser.
James Wilson, 5691 Ashbourne Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, one of the co-owners of the property.
And Sue Wilson, 5691 Ashbourne Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711, the other owner of the property.
Thank you, and I will also swear in our city assessor.
Please do.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
Okay, again, the property we are dealing with is property 5691 Ashbourne Lane in the city of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. The property owner's opinion of value read into the record is $1,108,000, and the city shows an assessment of $1,248,800. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome the presumption, you, as landowners, need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm-length sale of subject property. Next, the sale of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties. There is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it recently sold in an arm-length transaction. To the Wilsons, at this time, or you plan on sharing any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record?
Yes.
Okay. If you have an appraisal of the property under the review, the appraiser must be here, which he is. Thank you, sir, for coming to present sworn testimony before the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. I really appreciate you coming on time, but since we do have a pretty action-packed day today, I'm going to be as respectful as I can, but I'm going to give you a 2-minute warning when your presentation time starts to close. And I'm going to give you 10 to 12 minutes total, if that's okay with you. And obviously, if it goes a little longer, that's okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start with you, ma'am.
Okay.
Please state your name and full address for the record, and state your opinion of the fair market property and begin your testimony. Both of you maybe state your name and for the record and address one more time.
Again, okay. Susan Wilson, 5691 Ashburn Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711.
James Wilson, 5691 Ashbourne Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711.
Dominic, how do you want to roll? You going to start for these folks, or how do you want to do it?
I think
Okay.
I'm going to start, yeah.
Well, by all means, by all means.
So just quickly, we introduced ourselves. We are the homeowners.
Great, thank you.
We're learning the language of the appraisal and the assessor. So we wanted to share from a personal point of view kind of what we've experienced and what we've learned. So we packed up on July 5th. We left Maryland. And came here and went to an open houses. One of the last open house we went to was the 5691 Ashburn Lane property. That was 10 minutes from my daughter and grandchildren. That's why we came. And we hadn't seen anything that was under 20 to 30 minutes. So we were immediately very interested in the property. We talked to our real estate agent, negotiated a price based on comparables. It was very close to the appraisal, a little bit under the appraisal, but we settled on 1.1, and we bought that property at that price. And then we were visited by the assessors and received a assessment report on May 21st of 2024. So we bought the property August 2023, and we got the report in May of 2024. The value of the house stated then was $1.3089, so $1,308,900. That's an increase of $208,900 over the purchase price, which was $1,100,000, and $349,800 over the 2023 assessment of $959,100. So being confused by that, we scheduled a meeting, and we met on May 24th, 2024, with Andrew and Chris, and they were very receptive to our questions. But at the end, we suggested that 100% of the purchase price was a fair assessment, and so we were advocating for 1.1. We were not in agreement at that point, and so on June 10th, the assessment was actually lowered, and it became 1.2488, which is the current assessment presented to this board. That was still an increase over the purchase price of $148,800. So again, we'd only owned the house for 5 months, and that seemed confusing to us. So we were told that the assessment was lower because the bathrooms had been assessed at a custom rate, and they were adjusting that. Everything in the bathrooms that we redid, I bought off the shelf, so that was accurate, and that made that explanation resonated with us. But we started questioning kind of what else could be looked at in possibly a different again. So we again said 100% of the purchase price 1.1 is kind of where we wanted to be. During that meeting, we had, Chris had suggested an appraisal because we didn't need one for our settlement. And so we contacted Dominic to get an appraisal because we thought, okay, this will help us with some additional information. Sometimes it's a good mediating point, Chris had pointed out, so we thought, okay, that makes sense. We'll go ahead and, he said it's expensive, but it might be a good idea. So we went ahead with that, and then we met with Chris a second time. He was very good about making sure in his calendar he had time for us, and we appreciated that. So he kind of skimmed the appraisal, and we had a brief discussion, and he said the values were too low, and we were not in agreement with that, so we informed on the BOR process, and we received the paperwork and the guidebook. July 6, 2024, the paperwork was completed and submitted. We reviewed the guidebook, and we let Chris and the clerk's office know that we were going to be out of the country during the first opportunity to have the meeting and would not be able to attend. We were assured this was okay, and then we were rescheduled. So we requested a copy of the assessor's documentation, and then he sent that. We requested on August 1st. He sent it on August 15th, and then here we are at the Board of Review meeting. There's some additional numbers. My husband's the kind of our tax guy, so he's going to share those numbers with you and kind of frame our case of our current understanding.
So,
If I can interrupt just one
Sure.
moment, please.
Sure.
Can I interrupt? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. I just wanted to note that I will be documenting the appraisal document that was handed out as Objectors Exhibit Number 1, and the Board of Review points document as Objectors Exhibit Number 2.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Clerk. Thank you. Continue, sir.
So we did make some investments in the property after we took ownership in August. Those are kind of outlined here and the total amount. And we started looking, as we started going through this process, what really adds value to the property. And based on the sources that we looked at, which are listed here in the document, the bathroom upgrades probably are one that would have applied. So that's kind of what we're looking at in terms of real value added to the property. The other point, it was hard to fully understand, and what we disagree with is the fact that the increase of our assessment went up 23% within us being in this house 5 months. It's difficult to grasp how a property with this pricing could escalate in such a short period of time. Given the fact that when we purchased that house for 1.1, that incorporated all inflationary costs that may have occurred during this last couple of years, where we know the assessors look at in terms of how you increase the property values. That was embedded in the price of this house. It had to have been just because of when it was purchased. The increase is just hard to grasp at this time. just given the significant increase with no real firm explanation from Chris or Andrew in terms of exactly why they reached that number, at least ones that we understand. I just want to point out that there was additional property on our street that sold for $1.4 million in April of 2023. And that property's assessment actually went down for 2024. It was lower than the purchase price. So ours went up pretty significantly, theirs went down. Their house was built, it's 20, let's see.
It's the,
5682 Ashbourne Lane.
Okay.
The assessor's comp number 1, that should be noted.
Okay, thank you.
So again, confusion as to why ours increased the way it did. Their property, which was built in 2016, actually received a lower assessment.
our property was built in 1996.
Right. So we started looking at the equitable assessment information that's in the packet and started looking at what does that mean in terms of our case here. And so the equitable value, if you compute the assessment versus the sales price, is 114%. If you look at the document in terms of what we interpret based on page 9 of the Tuesday Assessment Guide, the goal really is to be within 10% of the value of the property. So 114% really exceeds that. And by comparison, the other property mentioned, their equitable value was 86%. So again, there's just inconsistencies here that we believe makes the assessment of our property inaccurate. So after we received the appraisal, looking at the value of the property, we determined that if you took that appraisal amount and added to it the improvements that we made to the bathroom, we came up with our recommended number of $1,108,000 as an appropriate assessment for this house, effective 1 January 2024. So at this point, I will...
5 minutes left. If you want to turn over your appraiser or
Yes,
keep going?
please.
Of
Yes.
course, sir. By all means. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Board. Nice to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Last time we spent too much time and really got caught up in adjustment values. Chris's is different than mine, totally different process. We speak 2 different languages in that realm. His process is not wrong, but the reality is his process and my process should produce an extremely similar number. So hopefully we don't have to get too caught up in that. As they mentioned, yes, I did appraise the property. I came up at $1,070,000.
And you are the one behind document 1, correct? You did
Yep,
that. Okay,
correct.
thank you.
That's my report.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, and that was done, what, 8 months after your purchase? Right. So 8 months after the purchase. Now, I think it's just very common sense. How do we actually really know the value of a property? That's for it to sell. My client's property was listed on MLS. It had a sign in the front yard. It was on the open market. It was an arm's length transaction, and they paid $1,100,000 for the property. So I start there. I mean, 5 months later, a new assessment can't come out for $100,000 or $1,300,000. Logic doesn't work there. So why are my numbers and Chris's numbers different? When I look at his 3 comps, and I don't know if his exhibit has been entered, Do you have that?
Not yet,
Not yet.
not yet. We
Should I
will-
speak about his comps after you all have the exhibit in front of you?
Well, I guess.
Or I'll reserve time. We'll reserve time and let Chris go.
Okay. Is that normal, Tracy, or?
Yeah, if you want to have cross-questioning after Chris does his,
Okay.
but I'm assuming.
So why don't we do this
I'm assuming
for
Mr.
the-
Mickelson is here to present and read his
So for the Wilsons,
appraisal into
Dominic, we got
record.
about 2 minutes left. You stay kind of top level of your stuff, and then when Chris presents his, he'll give us the testimony, or his documentation. Then there can be some cross questions. If that
Okay.
works for you. So you stay.
So in short, my clients presented a lot of fruitful, valid data and questioning. As I just mentioned, the market tells us the property is worth about $1,100,000. My appraisal report backs that. I understand why Chris's number is much higher than that, and I think that it's just a, technical error that we're here to have fixed today.
Okay.
I can talk more about why his number is what it is in cross.
Absolutely, we'll get to that.
Thank
Mr.
you.
and Mrs. Wilson, before we wrap up your presentation, is there anything else you'd like to add kind of in conclusion here, kind of as your kind of top line presentation to us before we bring the assessor?
Just one final point.
Sure.
We believe that the house assessment of 1.1 million reflects the actual value because, again, that's what was paid for it, and and we believe that it's our responsibility, quite frankly, to pay that amount in assessed taxes.
Okay.
We have no problem with that.
Ma'am, anything like that?
I just want to echo that, that we're responsible citizens. We pay our taxes. We believe in investing in our community, but we believe that the assessed value is inaccurate.
Thank you. Okay, we will wrap up the presentation by the landowner, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Leitz, and whatever staff he deems necessary. If you bring up additional staff, Chris, we'll have to make sure we swear them in as well. But we'll turn it over to our city assessor, Chris Leitz, who will be handing out some documents, and Tracy, our clerk, will make sure she publicly records them. So,
Sure.
Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. So I'll have Andrew hand out our exhibit here.
Yep. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I will mark these as Assessor's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
Everybody has that? The property owners have it as well? Okay.
Yes.
Chris, the floor is yours, next 10 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Chair. As mentioned, my name is Chris Leitz. I'm the city assessor here for the city of Fitchburg. Andrew, like I said, has passed out some information on the assessment to the board, both the board and the objector, and I'll go over that here in a couple minutes. So on the first page of your documentation, you'll find the objector's objection form. Following that is kind of a brief couple pages on both my background and some operative language from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. So, as stated, I'm Chris Leitz. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as the city assessor. I have a Assessor 2 certification, which expires on May 31st, 2028, and an Assessor 3 certification, which expires on January 31st, 2025. I am current with all required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field now for over 8 years. I've been the Fitchburg City Assessor since January 2023. Prior to that, I worked for 6.5 years with the City of Janesville Assessor's Office, first as a property appraiser from June 2016 until September 2019, then as a property appraiser 2 from September 2019 to February 2021, and then most recently as a deputy city assessor from February 2021 to January 2023. I was responsible in that time for valuing residential, commercial, agricultural, personal property. In the appeals process, I was heavily involved in open book, board of review, and then post board of review appeals in circuit court and with the Department of Revenue. My educational background, I have a Bachelor of Arts in Urban Suburban Geography from UW-Whitewater, as well as a certification in GIS and a minor in philosophy. Currently, I serve on the Legislative Committee of the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've attended a number of quarterly meetings and classes put on by that organization. I have attended a number of classes by the International Association of Assessing Officers, ranging from residential and commercial valuation up to assessment administration. I have attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2016, and I have attended Board of Review training back in 2017 and 2021. That same document, Section 2, states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of the property, as of January 1st, 2024. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and corresponding case law. The valuation hierarchy is, we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Tier 1 is an arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, which is going to be primarily the cost and income approaches to value. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. Mass appraisal, the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages in the document are the property record card, which contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject property. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a residential single-family home located in the Highlands of Seminole neighborhood on the city's north side. The second page shows building permit history, and then as well as sales history. As we've talked about, the most recent sale of the property is on August 4th, 2023, for $1,100,000 via a cash purchase. Following the sale, the property owner spent roughly $97,000 to update their bathrooms, flooring, and some other things. Detached structures, if any, in this case there aren't any detached structures on the property. Following that, it's the notes section. In there you'll see that the property was last fully inspected in November of 2023. There was a 2024 open book appointment with the property owner. During the open book period, the property owner submitted an appraisal with a value of $1,070,000. As we talked about, that appraisal, there's a couple important things to note, I think, as to why there's differences between our value and theirs. Maybe the first thing is that the appraisal date is as of June 20th, 2024, versus our assessment date, which is January 1st, 2024. Further, there's two sales utilized in that sales comparison approach that occurred after the assessment date. One was in March 2024 and another in June 2024. The issue I guess I see with these is that those sales would represent potential market differences that occurred after January 1st, 2024 that would not otherwise be reflected in our assessment. Additionally, while I think the properties in the appraisal report are reasonably comparable properties, I don't think they're reasonably adjusted. Namely, the appraisal report utilizes an adjustment of $40 per square foot for differences in above grade square feet of living area and $15 a square foot for finished basement living area. And no adjustment appears to be made for differences in sizes of unfinished basement area. These adjustments seem low, in my professional opinion. For context, our computer-assisted mass appraisal system has adjusted roughly $168 a square foot for first floor square footage, $124 a square foot for second floor square footage, and $65 a square foot for finished basement living area, and then roughly $32 a square foot for just kind of general basement area. Based on these factors, I didn't find the appraisal to adequately reflect the true market value as of January 1st, 2024, based on the sales based upon the sales comparison approach that was presented. Following that notes section, you'll see the property's land information. On the third page of the record card, you can see that the structure is a 2-story custom home. It contains 5,737 square feet of living space, was built in 1996, and has an effective year built of 2006 due to a kitchen remodel that was done in 2019. It is a construction and quality grade A+ property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There is other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in that property record card. The fourth page details the exterior attachments to the property, and then the fifth page there is just a sketch of the floor plan of the property. Next in the packet, you'll find the market valuation detail, which summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and then 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. The next page is a sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2022 to 2023. The addresses of those comparable sales that were utilized is 5682 Ashmorton Lane, 5720 Summerhill Court, and 3039 Hartwick Drive. The sale dates range from May 2022 to April 2023, and the sales prices range from $725,000 up to $1.405 million. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. All those comparable homes are 2-story custom or colonial homes. The subject and sales gross living areas range between 5,484 to 5,910 square feet. Effective year builds range from 2002 to 2016. Other data is listed, again demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The report adjusts the sales prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age, condition, quality of construction, market location, detached structures if there are any. Those adjusted sales prices range from $1,102,200 up to $1,404,200. The adjusted sales price of those reasonably comparable properties in the report indicate that the current assessed value of $1,248,800 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2024. In summary, there is a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property on August 4th, 2023 via a cash purchase. Following the sale, the property owner spent $97,000 to replace flooring and some other things in the home. We completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by our citizens. Based on the testimony provided today, I don't believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and would respectfully request that this board sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you.
A little bit of couple questions back and forth, if you're okay with that, and then allow this committee to ask a few questions, and then we'll shut down that part of it, and then we'll deliberate amongst ourselves. So, Dominic, you now have seen, and the Wilsons, you have seen the assessor's information in front of us. Before we start with that, is there any questions this board has of Chris on the documents he sent out? Okay, seeing none, sir, I'm going to turn it over to you and the Wilsons, and a couple back and forth here, and then we'll start deliberating.
So, Dominic Mickelson, for starters, again, I don't think we should get caught up in how I make adjustments versus how he makes adjustments. They're two different processes. Our numbers ultimately should be very similar. Issues that I found, if you turn to his exhibit, the comp page, it's the page that has the photos. So comp number 1, I don't see a lot of issues with. Comps 2 and 3, right under the picture on the left corner, sale dates on comp 2, July 2022, and comp number 3, sale date May 2022. He referenced market differences as if my more recent dates could flaw the report. He's using very, very old data here. There is no shortage of data in this area. There is more recent data. If we also look at, he mentioned arm's length as a requirement, as a comp. Sale number 2 wasn't arm's length. We actually don't know. It was a private sale. It was never listed on the open market. We don't know any of the terms of that sale. So that one's not arm's length, should not be used. Then on the right side, just below the picture, first line is the sale price, second line is the net adjustments. That number represents how many dollars were adjusted to account for differences. The bigger that number is, the less comparable it is. The smaller it is, the more comparable it is.
Where are you looking again, Dominic?
Right under the picture, there's the sale price.
Oh, got it.
And right under that sale price is the net adjustment. So
Got it.
that's how many dollars were attributed to the sale to make it look like the comp. Effectively, that produces what's called as adjusted sale price, and that's the number used to determine the assessed value for the subject. So if you look at comp number 1, negative $800, that's wonderful. That's telling me in his mind he believes that this is almost the same exact house. Okay, we don't need to scrutinize that. Move on to comp number 2, $173,000 of adjustment made. That tells me that is not comparable. Furthermore, let's look at comp number 3, $394,000 worth of adjustments to make this look comparable.
And Dominic, is there a question there to the assessor? I let you get the wind up here, but I want to know if you have a question for how he came up with those.
I can turn it into a question. I would
Please,
ask
thank you.
why 2 comps from 2022 were used and not more recent data.
So we look, during a reval year, we look at sales typically from the last year or two. In this case, we looked at the last 2 years of data. There were a number of neighborhoods in which we kind of needed to expand the search to 2 years. My belief is that the more data we have and the more sales that we have, the better our adjustments can be to those specific neighborhoods. So that was why we looked at sales from 2022 and 23. We didn't look specifically at sales from 2024, as I mentioned. Those are after the assessment date. We haven't reviewed those. We haven't, actually, I should say we just started working on our 2025 assessment roll a couple weeks ago.
So then I'll point to my comparables. Same stuff, grid looks different, but the grid page in my exhibit number 1 looks like this. It's a grid. So if you go all the way down to the bottom, there's some gray boxes. Right above that, the line says net adjustments. You can see my net adjustments. The net adjustment for comp number 1 was $40,000. Comp number 2 was $43,000. Comp number 3 was $55,000. So on a percentage basis, when we're dealing with houses that are about $1 million, these are extremely low adjustments, less than 5%. That would tell the reader that these are very comparable to the subject property. Yes, a couple of them did sell after January 1st. I don't use his January 1st date, but logic would say if they sold after January 1st, that's higher, that's a higher sale price just because we know we have appreciation in our market. Last thing I'll point out is my comp number 3 is the highest sale price in that neighborhood over the last 12 months. So I'm not using data to skew this number low. The subject sale price was I'm sorry, correction. Subject sale price was the highest in the neighborhood over the last 12 months. Comp number 3 was second highest. Again, no questions really for the assessor. I would just say, I think the actual sale price from the arm's length transaction and the validity of the data in my report indicates that 1,100,000 is the true value of this home. As we stand today, 5 months, so they bought it 5 months before the January 1 date, so 5 months. I mean, if we want to get ticky-tacky and try and put 5 months of appreciation onto the 1.1 million, that could be done. However, my appraisal occurred after the January 1st date, and it still doesn't even say 1.1.
Okay. Chris, any response, or otherwise we can keep moving on?
Yeah, I have maybe a couple things, a couple questions. So, property was purchased on August 4th, 2023 for 1.1 million. And the opinion of value as of January 1st is $1,108,000. Is it, so then, am I correct in assuming that you believe that there's been, for August, September, October, November, December, 5 months of market appreciation, as well as spending close to $100,000 on the house, that the material impact of that time frame and money that was spent invested in the property only equates to $8,000 worth of increase in value?
Yes, I do believe that. So the improvements they made, although they had to pay dollars for the material, they contribute no significant value to the actual house. Paint, some flooring. The house is grand already, so it's not like it needed these things to, increase the value.
Sure.
We're on the scale of what this $1 million number is, we're talking minutely. So they paid 1.1. Technically, it could have been an overpayment. The market's red hot. It got listed. They wanted it. They bought it.
Was it a cash offer?
It was a cash offer.
Okay, thank you.
Cash offer, that's irrelevant. Cash loan.
Yep.
It's all cash.
Just curious, I just didn't see it on here.
Yep, it was an arm's length sale.
Correct.
So if they slightly overpaid 1.1, and slightly, I mean ever slightly, the fact that I come up with $1,070,000 does not surprise me. So let's say they overpaid by $50,000.
Okay.
So they put some money in and changed some surface finishings. We're just talking surface finishings, no remodel, different color of things. And the slight overpayment, the money they put into it, that's why my number comes at $1,070,000.
Okay. Anything else kind of assessment? I'll give one more chance for questions, and then we're going to pull it up here for us here.
One more question.
Yes,
just
sir.
for my own curiosity's sake. What was the list price on the house?
The list price on the house was $1,150,000.
Okay, and they paid 1.1. Okay, sounds good. Just curious.
Okay. Any other questions from the Wilsons?
No questions.
Okay.
Will
All
we
right.
have an opportunity to make another statement?
I think this is probably your last chance here.
Okay, so I would just, as a novice,
Yeah.
we read the guidebook,
Yeah.
and we came up with this equitable assessment formula. And so when I go back to that, where we are is at 114% with that equitable assessment value. And what we're proposing, our value, would give us a 101%. And my understanding, which I will admit is limited, it's supposed to be 10% on either side of 100%. So that would be 90 to 110. And being at 114% with that equitable, and again, I'm a novice, I'm learning the language,
Sure.
but I took that from the guidebook, reinforces our request for reconsideration of the assessed value.
Thank you. Okay. All right, at this time, I'm gonna, I gotta read something to the records. Hold on one second. After all the evidence has been presented and the objector and assessor have made their final summaries, I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will now open it up for deliberations that could include some questions from this panel to you folks. Asking the Board of Reviews to state based on the sworn testimony presented whether assessor's value is correct or incorrect. We'll get to that decision shortly. But at this time, I think it's fair that we open up just for a few questions from this panel. I'll start with Carol Poole.
Thank you. I have a question that is a comparison between the appraisal report and the report that was given to us by the city appraiser. If you look at 5691 Ashbourne Lane on this particular document that was presented by our assessor, and then look at the residential appraisal report, which was presented to us by the homeowners, I'm noticing that in the appraisal report, it states that the house has 4 bedrooms and 3.5 baths. And on the assessor's report, it says that the house has 5 bedrooms and 4.5 baths. And I'm wondering if this, either the assessor and or the appraiser can tell us the difference and why you came up with a different number of those rooms.
So I can clarify, it's actually, again, different language, but it's the same. So if you look at my grid, again, there's some boxes that have room counts. So you notice that. The 4, this is above grade only.
Okay.
If you look at the line, 2 lines below, it says 2 rooms and 1 bath.
Perfect.
That's in the basement.
Okay.
So we can add all that together and get his same number. And again, 2 different languages. So
Okay.
I'm not going to say my language is right, but I believe my number is more credible.
And the below grade bedroom is a legal bedroom.
It's called a room in the report because there's a difference between can you use it as a bedroom or is it legal by code to
Right,
be a
that's what
bedroom.
I'm asking.
So it's a room. Everything's valued per finished square foot. So regardless of what we call the room, that's irrelevant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you guys must be early in the day. Chris, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of numbskullery here on my end. The January 1 date, and how does that work into the appraiser's statement about his comps were from June of this year, yours are from June of 2 years ago and a year ago. Where does that all fit in? Just walk me through how that...
Sure. So the benefit of doing, single property appraisal is that you can do it here and now, whatever date. You can use sales, you don't have a strict timeline like we do, where kind of January 1 is our cutoff date. So starting there, we don't really look at anything from January 2nd until
Now.
in a real meaningful way. Of course, if there's some sort of, special purpose property maybe on the commercial side,
And
market's fairly.
for the record, Chris, why the cutoff on January 1 in your department? Is that state law? Or
It's
is that...
statutory. State law in Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes notes that the assessment date is January 1st. So kind of the extreme example of that is if your property is standing as normal on January 1st and it burns down on January 2nd and you don't do anything with it, you don't fix it until January 1st of the next year or whatever, you still have to pay the full freight of those taxes
Okay.
at the end of the year.
Okay. And Dominic, I'm sure you're aware of that statute, correct?
Yes, but as I alluded to earlier, this is really semantics. I did have one sale that predates January 1st, so that would be a comp he could use. My comp number 2 sold in 7th month of 23. So that would be a comp I would maybe expect to see in his comp lineup in lieu of using 2 sales from 2022. So that's an example that data did exist, more pertinent. Current data did exist. If I were bound to have an effective date of January 1st, I could have done it, but I can guarantee you that number would be lower because of appreciation, but nothing significant. I doubt my clients would be here at an open book over that minute number.
Chris, Clearly, the Wilsons have documented in the testimony, Exhibit 2, appreciate this, folks. So you and Andrew met on May 24th with the Wilsons. I'm assuming, Dominic, you were not at that meeting?
No.
Okay, so that's part of our open book, correct?
yeah.
Okay, just gonna, and one of the pieces that Mrs. Wilson has been bringing up, and understandably so, is the 114%, the 90 to 110 range she talks about. One of the things that she put in her talking points is we were not in agreement. During the conversation, Chris stated we should go get an appraisal, therefore enter this gentleman here. Walk me through a little bit about this 114% number. Just want to, if you don't mind.
Sure. So I think there's an underlying assumption that with that 114%, that there was no value added between the purchase date and the end of the year, which I disagree with. So even if you were to take only the bathroom updates that were done, and the floor, I mean, if you take so say we'll just take $38,000, 1.138, divide that by the current purchase price, which is or current assessed value, which is 1.248, or sorry, 1.2488. I get to about 109%. So we would be within that 110% range. Again, I think the underlying assumption that there's no material change in value between the purchase date and the end of the year makes that 114 number a little, I think, flawed in my opinion.
When was the bathroom remodeled?
So they were remodeled in, let's see, we moved in August, September. I think September-ish.
So previous
Yeah.
to January 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and only half of the bathrooms were
Okay.
touched.
Okay, all right. Okay, at this time then, we will deliberate amongst ourselves, or Dave, you have a question?
I have a question for
Okay.
Chris. When you met with the Wilsons and from what I gathered of Ms. Wilson's testimony, lowered the adjustment, what was your basis for doing so?
So I think our normal practice on so what we do for a lot of renovations, flooring, kitchens, bathrooms, whatever it might be, we'll bump the effective age up of the house, meaning, I guess an easy example is if you put a new engine in your car, it extends the life of that property, makes it newer. Same kind of rule applies when you replace fixtures, things in your house as time goes on. So I think in the initial assessment, which was 1.3 something, I think we overstated what the kind of improvement value is on some of those changes that were made. So we scaled it back, understanding that with, as mentioned previously, with a higher quality of property, some of those changes tend to be more personal taste in some case. Now, I believe they still add value to the property, which is why it's not at 1.1 million. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chris, last question for me, then I think we'll wrap it up here. When were you in the home? When was it?
We were last in there in November of 2023.
So you were in there when the bathroom was remodeled?
I was not,
But your staff.
Andrew had gone through,
The
but
department was.
the department went through and, yeah.
Okay.
I think at the time, the bathrooms were, I can check my notes, but.
So my question is,
They were.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My question is just summarize for me.
Yeah.
Your staff captured the Wilsons purchase and the Wilsons upgrade prior to January 1.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you to the Wilsons, and thank you for moving to Fitchburg, by the way. I want to get that in record. I have to do that as a former mayor. But anyway, okay. All right, guys, this is why we're here, and this is why you take time on a beautiful day to sit here and discuss in front of these wonderful people. Okay, in front of us, as we know, we have the assessor has made us, we've closed the testimony here. Now we are asked to deliberate on what we have heard that these folks have given to us. And we are under the presumption that the assessor's opinion is correct. I will open it up for brief discussion, or as long as you so choose. Mark, I'll start with you, Fred.
In
Microphone, Fred.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Get closer. Thank you.
This is for Chris. You had mentioned something that some of those cosmetic upgrades may be more of a personal taste with maybe this class of asset. in your office are things that are traditionally cosmetic upgrades like paint or, any horizontal surface that you're refinishing, flooring, countertops, things like that. If it was maybe not in this class of asset, would you assess that any differently?
I think it depends. Generally, yes. But again, it kind of depends. It's a bit of a judgment call. In this case, I think we did make some material changes because there was more, I think there was columns that were removed. I think it was just kind of freshening the place up, and based on kind of an amalgam of those things, we made an adjustment to it. Now, I think if you look at a property that's been flipped, for example, that's kind of the extreme example where everything, you do the bathrooms, flooring, we're going to make changes pretty much for all that because it's kind of hard, as you expand the projects, it's hard to recapture all that value. So that, you might spend $200,000 on an upgrade or on a renovation, but it's hard for us to get that same value back. And ultimately, I don't think it shares that same kind of one-to-one ratio. Does that make sense? Yep.
Okay, what's this committee's pleasure here? People got to move on in their lives, and we got to make some decisions. So, Sharif, any questions at all? Or you want to make a motion?
My question would actually go to Chris here. Just on your comparison 1, 2, and 3, I would like to get a further clarification as to the net adjustments. How are those often derived to be able to meet your comparable value stated for those comparisons?
Just repeat the question a little. I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure I got it. How are the gross adjustments, how is that net adjustment derived?
Correct.
Sure. So if you were to total up all the adjustments on that, we'll just talk comparison 1 for, the same equation applies across the board, but if you were to go through and add up, go under that kind of first box there where it says, summary of comparison, then it says adjustments to last valid sale. All those numbers in the right-hand column there are what totals up to the net adjustments. So the same would apply across the board. So those adjustments are determined, they're automatically calibrated in our system based on differences between the subject and the comparables and then totaled up. So like, for example, the difference between, let's look at comparison 2, where it says grade, A+, and then A- at the bottom of the page on comparison 2. That $175,500 adjustment is to compensate for the difference of quality of construction between the two homes.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay, Chris, last question for you, and then we're going to make a decision here. In your professional capacity, you use comps previous to January 1 in all cases, correct?
Correct.
And based on what?
Based on state statute.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's decide here what we want to do. All right, I'm going to be that guy. I make a motion that in the case of the Wilson Living Trust, 5691 Ashbourne Lane, parcel 0609 0403 1133-7, that the assessor's value of, give me that correct number here, I have it in front of me here. The assessor's value, of course, I put it at the bottom of the list. The assessor's value of $1,248,800 should be upheld. Motion by Pat.
I'll second.
Second by Poole. We are discussing.
Yeah, this is a question perhaps for the clerk's office or for you,
Yes, sir.
Chair. It's not within the realm of what we're permitted to propose, is it, that we direct the assessor's office to look at additional comps and include some comps either from the appraiser's report or others from a wider geographical area and see what the result is. Is that within the scope of what we can move to propose?
Tracy, go ahead.
Unfortunately, that's not a question for the board clerk. We can have our city attorney.
I think we are.
Has this committee ever done that?
Don't believe we have. We, again, however state statute, and welcome to Wisconsin, folks, the premise we have to live by, based on this committee, is that the assessor's opinion is correct. I have drilled into the point that the assessor's comps were January 1 previous, based on state law. Open book process occurred. The Wilsons so put in front of us, documented all of that. There was a critical moment in that open book process of the 100% value where an appraisal went and got, and the appraiser did his job, and he brought in comps. Some of them were post January 1. Timeline that I looked at and heard was purchase of the home, August of 2023, bathroom upgrade, November-ish of 2023. Assessor's staff was in before January 1, so they saw the action on the house, captured the data. Here we are. Given the public the opportunity to present to us, based on state law, we are under the assumption that the assessor is correct. Assessor, if these folks do have another option, if they disagree with us, they can pursue it in court, and the assessor will have to have his game on and do what he always does in court. So I think that's the moment we're at, Dave, where this committee is at.
Yeah, so Member Carlson, if you're asking if the board has ever asked an assessor to redo his work, no, not in the history that I've been with the city.
We have a motion and a second on the table. At this time, I'm going to ask for a call to the question. Madam Clerk, if you call the... I don't do a roll call. We'll just do it. All those in favor of signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Assessor's opinion. After deliberations are complete, call for a motion to uphold the assessor's value. The record, and read the record the value of the land. So the value of the land is, I had that sheet right in front of me, now I lost it again. The value of the land is $1,248,800. And I want to thank the Wilsons for coming in and direct Tracy, our clerk, to provide the objector with a determination form. And if they are not satisfied with the Board of Review's decision, trust me, don't take it, we will not take it personally. Their appeal options are available. They are listed at the bottom of the form, and our clerk, of course, will help you with that process.
Thank you, Chair.
So thank you. Thank you. We'll take just a moment for Tracy to do her work. Again, Dominic, thank you for making the trip from Sun Prairie. And thank you to the Wilsons. Thank you very much.
Thank you for welcoming us to Fitchburg.
Of course, and thank you. You have a beautiful neighborhood, by the way.
Final thing I might say is that we did consult a real estate agency also, and they said it would be very, very unlikely we could sell this property for this number.
I understood. Thank you. Okay, the Tuesday, August 20th Board of Review is back in session. I am now going to turn it over to Clerk Tracy Olenberg for make announcement here.
Thank you, Chair Paff. Our next case is property owner Jared Brockert, address 2747 Jasmine Drive, parcel number 0609-084-6170-3. Assessor's value is $715,400. Opinion of assessment is 630. And property owner is asking for removal of board member of Sean Paff. So we will have Andrew Slager, Vice Chair, take over this hearing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Might I ask that everyone be sure their cell phones are silenced? Can you confirm, Mr. Brockert, that you are the owner or authorized agent? Yes, I am. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you swear Mr. Brockert in?
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Jared Breckert, and my address is 2747 Jasmine Drive here in Fitchburg, Wisconsin.
Thank you, and I will swear in the City Assessor Department. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leitz, City Assessor.
I do. Julia Stover, Property Appraiser.
Okay, and again, the property address, the subject property is 2747 Jasmine Drive, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Lacey Heights, Lot 90, parcel number 0609-084-6170-3. The assessor's valuation is $715,400, and the objector's opinion of total value is $630,000. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. The next is the sales of reasonably comparable properties. And then all other approaches to value: income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it recently sold in an arm's length transaction. Mr. Brockert, at this time, do you have any exhibits that you can share with us or plan on reading into the record?
I do, absolutely. May I approach just to pass it?
Absolutely. And just continuing on, if you have an appraisal of your property that you're planning on sharing with us, the appraiser must be present to provide sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal.
Yep, understood.
And
All right.
I will mark these as Objectors Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
So if you open the folder up and take out the first paperclip packet. This is my house that we have right here that you can see as far as it goes. I just want to make everyone familiar with it. I also want to give kind of the background of it. I moved to Fitchburg from the Verona area back in September of 2021. My wife and I had just had a newborn, and we purposely loved this lot because it was literally 1 block, 4 houses from my parents' house. And if anyone has kids, they know that grandparents can be a lifesaver for that. So when this house came on the market, we told our real estate agent, get us in there first thing in the morning. We want to get this property locked down. So we were the first ones into the house. We immediately made an offer for $45,000 over asking and put a stipulation on it that we had to know by the end of the day, by 5 p.m. that day. We also waived a lot of inspection and other clauses, appraisal clauses for it. So we pretty much went all in on it. It was a very hot market back in 2021, if you all remember. That was after the major jump that happened. We did end up getting successful, and we did get the house, and it sold for $45,000 above asking, which was $630,000 back in September of 2021. So if we look at the house itself real quick, built in 1995, it's a 4-bedroom house, 2 stories. It has 3 full baths, 1 half bath. You can see overall the space on it, first floor, is about 1,429 feet. I'll say 200 of those feet are actually a sunroom that's not in the foundation of the house. It's up on stilts. It was an addition to the house at some point, well before we ever bought it. Second floor is 1,129 square feet, and then there's a finished rec room that is about 904 square feet for it. One thing I'll say that I definitely disagree with the city appraisers on is the grade and especially the condition of the home. I can tell you from 3 years of having a toddler and a cat with urinary problems, I do not believe my house is above average for the neighborhood as far as it goes. This was something I brought up to the appraiser. They came through it. They disagreed with me, but I do just want to put that on record as far as it goes. If we turn, you can see on the second page, there's just a floor plan for it. One thing I'll call out is when Julia did come to my house to do a second appraisal, when I originally moved in 2021, a city assessor came, did an appraisal for it at the time. I ended up getting an adjustment of 45% at that time that my house jumped up in value. That was by far the largest adjustment of anyone in my neighborhood of 105 homes. Still, it made some sense because my house sold for $630, so I understood it. The only thing that upset me at the time was the neighborhood did not appreciate anywhere close to that. The neighborhood only appreciated at about 14% that year. But anyway, when Julia came to do the second appraisal, she did notice some discrepancies from the first appraisal that they had done, such as in the rec room area, you can see there's actually that T shape in the middle, that's the stairwell and a utility closet. That was never noticed on the first appraisal as far as taken out, so I was paying for square footage that I didn't really have for a couple years for that. And then there were some other things just in terms of effective age of the bathrooms. Only half of my bathrooms have been updated, but yet I was given the full life expectancy of 5 years to it, so she adjusted that down. So she did give me a slight adjustment. I appreciated that for sure, but I still thought the house was very high based on the comps. So again, my house sold back on 9/2/2021 for $630,000, which was $45,000 above asking at that time. I'll also notice right across the street from my house, well, I shouldn't say right across, 3 doors down and across the street, but on my street, a similar home sold for $482,000 that same month that mine sold. So I do believe that I overpaid for my house at the time, but it was an overpayment that we were willing to make just because we did have that newborn and we did have the grandparents literally 4 houses away that have been a lifesaver. Looking at my pictures now for my house, I just want to very quickly go through those so that you can see them and just talk about some of the upgrades so you can see the exterior of my home as far as it goes. I will say I'm on a corner lot. I'm on the corner of Jasmine and Devoro, almost right across the street from the elementary school, Stoner Prairie there. So it can get a little busy in the morning, but otherwise a great location to raise kids for sure. You can see the entryway is the one place in my house that actually, well, other than the sunroom as well, that has ceilings above 8 feet. Everywhere else in the house is standard 8-foot ceilings, although the basement is actually slightly less than 8 feet and with some drop downs. The kitchen, this was a big point of contention. One of the big reasons why my house is being assessed so high is because of the kitchen that they're claiming. The kitchen was remodeled back in 2007, so it's a 17-year-old kitchen at this time. However, that was what increased my value initially from average to good when the first assessor came through back in 2021, and Julia did not change it from that. Even though it is now 17 years old, they still have that marked down as a good kitchen for the area. Again, I think 17 years at this point, it should be average. You can see number 4, looking at it, just my main room as far as it goes. The original fireplace and mantle that we have in there, it's a little dated at this point, but still definitely works. You can see I have a little bit of an open concept in pictures 5 and 6 from my main room to the kitchen. And then the sunroom in picture 7, you can see there. The sunroom was converted from a 3-seasons porch to a 4-season sunroom in, I believe, 2016 is when the previous owner told me. Point 8, you can see the dining room, and then 9 is the office. Moving on, 10 is the bathroom, half bath on the main level. Picture 11 is the laundry room. One thing I just want to call out there is a large portion of my drywall that's actually missing. This is due to a plumbing incident that we had fairly recently. I believe it might have even been after Julia came to the home. But again, just going back to my house being assessed at a good value versus average, I would not expect large pieces of drywall to be missing in a good valued home. 12, we're going upstairs now to the master bedroom. You can see a couple pictures there. And then 14, 15, and 16 are all my master bath. One thing I'll note is the jetted tub that we have in there. So, and the master bath was renovated back in 2013. So it's going on 11 years old now at this point. The jetted tub that we have in there, the jet timer no longer functions. Essentially, the only way to have the jets on is to hold the button down or to put a large book or something over it in order for them to work. So definitely showing some wear and tear on the age. Otherwise, it is a nice bathroom. It's a kind of a galley-style bathroom that you're walking through, relatively narrow. You can see the door frames there as far as how much space you have. That's maybe about 3 feet, I would say, between the vanity and the tub there. Then we have 3 large children's bedrooms upstairs. Large for children's bedrooms, I'd say. Not large for like a master or anything like that. But all nice, good-sized closets for them. One good window in each one. And then picture 20, you can see, is the children's bathroom upstairs. This bathroom was also remodeled in 2013. It's got a matching vanity and then just a standard tub insert as far as for a tub shower combo. Pictures 21 through 25 are now my basement. So 21 shows the basement. This is right at the bottom of the stairs. This would be under my dining room, essentially, with that table that you're seeing there. If I turn the lights off in my basement, it would be pitch black in item 2021. There's no natural light coming in there. 2022 is the main living space for the basement. That would be what I call the entertainment space. Really, that's the only space that really gets activity when I'm bringing people down or using the basement. The rest is kind of a little bit of wasted space, frankly. 23 is just a picture of the wet bar that I have in my basement. I just have that there for comparison purposes for some of the comps we'll later look at. 24 is just a room under the office that's in the basement. It is, again, a windowless room. If you turn the lights off, it would be completely dark. There's a bed in that, but that is not a legal bedroom at all. No one actually sleeps in there. It's simply that because we have a crib upstairs right now, we needed a place to put the bed, and that room was open, so we put it down there. Eventually, it might make a small exercise room or something like that out of it. And then 25 is the bathroom in the basement. You can see it is a full bath technically, but it has what I would call almost a coffin shower. It is definitely a one-person only shower. It's not been remodeled since whenever the basement was done, which I don't know, but I know it predates 2010 at the very least, and probably even 2000. And then finally, 26 and 27 are just the exterior of the home there. 27, the basketball hoop, I just want to call out. That's actually reported as a patio on by the assessor's grid. Just something to note there. They'll come up later when we look at comparisons. And then the deck itself, it's a large deck. It looks pretty nice, to be honest with you, but it does have some boards that are rotted out at this point and do need to be replaced. I know of at least 5 of them that are of that. All right, so that is my house. What I want to do now is just walk through a couple comparisons that I have, that I found that were from 2023 that I think show that are similar in basically value and just looks to my house and what the sale price is to evaluate them and let you guys make your own judgment calls on that. So we'll go through those in one sec. So the first one is 5838 Persimmons Drive. This home is in my neighborhood. It's on a different street, obviously. Frankly, the street's a little bit nicer than the street I'm on, especially with me being on the corner lot. It's a little quieter. The homes on average on Persimmons are just slightly larger than Jasmine, I would say. Again, just my opinion from looking at them. If we look at the home itself for comparables, Year built 1994, so 1 year older than mine. It is a 2-story, just like mine. It actually has an extra bedroom, so 5 baths instead of 4. Baths, 4 full baths instead of 3.5 like mine, so better there as well. The grade they give it is the same as the B+, but then they do give it the condition average as far as it goes. Looking at the size of the home, you can notice the first floor is much, much larger than my home with 1,800 square feet versus the 1,429. I also don't believe this one has a sunroom on it, so that 1,800 is all foundational space for it. The upstairs, second floor, is a little bit smaller at 820, but then the finished basement level is 1,032 square feet with an additional 150 of rec room space, and giving this house a total living area of 3,664. You compare that to my home, which was 2,558, so a much, much larger home in the same neighborhood on even a slightly more preferable street. This home is assessed by the city assessor at $632,800, and you can see if you turn to the third page here, it's sold on 8/31/2023, so just 3 months before the January 1st deadline, of $625,000 at an arm's length sale. If we look at the pictures of the home now, if you get into the pictures, and maybe even have my pictures open too if you don't mind, just for comparison purposes. You can see picture 1, just the outside of the home, what it looks like. Picture 2, entryway. Again, I've not been in this house, but just looking at these pictures, that entryway looks much nicer than what I have in terms of what it goes for. You can see immediately down to the basement with it, the basement level, whereas mine is behind a door as far as that goes. Picture 3, the main living area, much nicer than what I have in my opinion. It has vaulted ceilings in it. The fireplace is much more grand with brick going all the way to the ceiling. You have built-ins surrounding the brick, and just the space itself looks much larger than what I have. Moving on to 4 and 5, the kitchen for judgment. It looks as though the cabinets and the countertops are relatively comparable to mine. I will say the appliances, certainly mine look a little nicer appliance-wise. The lighting fixture looks a little dated, I'll say. It does appear that there's a pantry in this kitchen. Mine does not have a pantry as far as that goes. Mine does have an island, which is a little of an odd-shaped island. I've gotten comments about that, whereas this one has a peninsula, so that might be a slight uptick for mine. Overall, I would say maybe my kitchen is slightly better than this one, but certainly I do not believe significantly different as far as my opinion would be. Going on to picture 6, this is the master bedroom. I would say this is mostly comparable to mine. You can see just flat ceilings, nothing really out of the ordinary there, big window, relatively spacious. Picture 7 for the master bathroom. Unfortunately, this was the only picture they had available for it. You can see that the vanity is definitely comparable to what I have, but I can't tell what they have in terms of it's a full bath and a shower like mine or not. So we could potentially give the edge to mine there for the master bath for sure. Then you have kids' rooms. Just because of time and space, I was not able to put every single kid's room on here, but I did just want to have them just to show them. If there was anything distinct about them, I would make sure that they were on here to show. You can see, though, one of the kids' rooms is actually attached to its own bathroom in picture 9 there, both the closet and the bathroom. Picture 10 actually shows what that bathroom looks like. So it's almost like a mini second master, you could call it. My house does not have anything like that. All of the kids' rooms have to share a bathroom that's down the hall from them. The bathroom itself, relatively nice shower that you've got. It definitely does not look like it's original to 1994, at least in my opinion. And then 11, just another bedroom. Actually, 11 I do want to call out. That looks like a bedroom on the main level. My house does not have a bedroom on the main level, so that would be a very nice factor, honestly, especially for anyone who has like elderly parents visiting or something like that. So just want to call that out. And then picture 12 as well, another kid's room, and that might also be on the main level. I can't quite tell from those windows. It's harder to see. 11 definitely looks like main level. 13 then is another bathroom. I don't know whether this one is on the main level or upstairs, but just another full bath that you have. Again, a vanity that does not appear to be original to the house. And then finally, we're going down into the basement with pictures 14, 15, 16, and 17. You can immediately see a massive difference between my basement in terms of the windows and outdoor access that you have. It is true furnished living space. You can see picture 15 with the wet bar. Obviously, my wet bar does not compare to this one that you can walk behind and actually toast people. 16, the bathroom, has the same kind of coffin shower that mine has. So it has all the same things, a one sink, a toilet, and that thing, and the shower. But it's much more spacious than what my bathroom is. And then 17 is actually, I believe, the 5th bedroom in the home, technically, which is a basement level bedroom, but the basement is literally a full walkout, so it's still above grade. And then finally, picture 18, you can see the back of the home just showing the full background of it. So overall, my opinion on this home, which again sold for $625,000 and is assessed at $632,000, I can't say with 100% certainty that my house is worse than this one or better, but I absolutely believe my house is comparable to it. I believe if both houses sold at around the same time, that they would sell for around the same amount. That's my opinion, just from looking at these pictures and comparing the data. And again, this house is larger than mine, and I'd also point out on a slightly nicer street, although that could be debatable, I suppose.
Okay, Mr. Brockert, you have about 5 more minutes.
Oh, really? There's a hard time limit?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I was not aware of that.
might I suggest, I mean, we can kind of look through those.
Sure. Yeah, we'll go much quicker. Then I won't go
If you
picture
want
by
to
picture.
summarize your comparisons.
Yep,
maybe?
absolutely. So the next one that we've got here, Ivanhoe Circle, this one is not in my neighborhood. I will give full disclosure there. It is walking distance to it, less than a mile away. Again, 4-bedroom home, 3.5 baths, so comparable to mine. Larger first floor, larger second floor, finished living area, although slightly smaller than my rec room, but total living area is much larger. If you turn to the actual pictures really quick, you can see just looking at them again, overall finishings, I think it's very comparable. Some things are better, some things are worse. We could go through them step by step, but because of time, I will not do that. But yeah, if you can take a quick glance at it, I think it shows that it is comparable to mine. This home sold for $645,000 back on June 14th of 2023, currently assessed at $6,640. So the assessor's office, for whatever reason, thought it was significantly less than what it actually sold for at market. All right, next one. This home, again, same neighborhood as the last one that we have, so slightly different than mine. Built in 1989, 4-bedroom home, 2 full baths, 2 halves, so it's missing 1 extra half bath versus 1 full, so I've got it beat there. Much, much larger first floor, though, at 1,840 square feet. Second floor, also much larger at 1,520. And then rec room, just slightly smaller than mine, but again, much larger home in terms of total living area. Moving on, just sale price for this home was on 3/20 of 2023 at $655 for an improved sale. And then again, the city assessor has it listed at $604,400, so significantly less than what it actually sold for. So if the city assessor believed we were in a significantly appreciating market, I would think that this house would be at least close to what it actually sold for and not relatively under for it. Again, if you turn to the pictures, I think the pictures speak for themselves. This house is easily in the same class and tier as mine, and that I would expect my house to sell for no more than what this house sold for if it was on the market at the same time with it. Again, I'll just let you quickly look at those, but I just looking at the master bathroom, things like that. The great fireplace that's got on picture 12 of the sunroom that looks significantly better than mine. Moving on to the next one, I'm going to go very fast through this one. This house on 5709 Margaret Street, not nearly as comparable as what the others are, as this is a ranch-style home, so not a 2-story. But I did want to just point this out because it is a massive home with 2,587 square feet on the main living area and another 940 of finished basement living area, and it actually sold for only $620,000. And yet the pictures, when you look at it, honestly make it look relatively amazing. I mean, I'd say it, again, significantly better than mine if you actually compare picture to picture as far as it goes. I mean, the built-ins that they have, the fireplaces they have, even the kitchen they have, looks much better in this, and yet this home sold for $10,000 less than my home in late October, sorry, of 2023. All right. Then, moving on, the next tablet in here is 2024 sales comps. This was actually given to me by Julia from the city assessor's option that they said these are the comps I should actually be looking at. So I wanted to provide these here and also go through them quickly. I expect the city assessor might also as well. I will say some of these comps I agree with, some of these comps I absolutely do not agree with, and so I wanted you to have the pictures to tell for yourself. The first one, 2725 Jasmine Drive. This one absolutely, I do believe, is a comp to my house. I think they did a good job of it. The only reason I didn't pick it up was because it sold in 2022 as opposed to 2023. But this home sold for $682,500. Yet it's assessed right now at $631,900. So it's assessed over $50,000 under what it sold for almost 2 years ago, as far as it goes. Now, I know we're only going to January 1, so 18 months after its sale, it's being assessed at $50,000 under. So that doesn't show me that the city assessor believes we're living in an inflationary market here, or appreciating market. In terms of the home itself, it is slightly larger than mine with the 1,400 square foot, 1,198 for the main level, and then it does have a finished basement living area as opposed to the rec room that mine has, giving it a much larger total living area space for it. When you actually compare the pictures again, I do think it is a very comparable home to mine. I think if both of our homes sold at the exact same time, I think they would sell very close to one another. The city assessors disagree with this. If you actually look at it, you can see they have put net adjustment at $83,600. So just to be clear, my home sold 9 months before this one for $630,000, so $52,500 less than this home. It sold 9 months later, and now today the city assessor says my home is worth $83,000 more than what this home is. So again, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me as far as that goes. Next up, Persimmons Drive. This house, I have no idea why this is included in here as a comparison. This home is not comparable at all to mine. It sold for $150,000 more than my house. When was that? It was on the third page here, June 15th of 2022. So mine was September. So 9 months after mine, it sold for $150,000 difference. You look at the pictures of this house, I mean, pictures 2, 3 just show you the grand scale of this living area and just the wide openness that it has into 4 and 5. The kitchen is much larger than mine. The master bedroom is massive with windows all over, vaulted ceilings. The master bathroom looks bigger. Just the finishings that you see in this house, and then just look at pictures 17 and 18 of this. There is no comparison between my house and this. I don't know why this was included. I don't believe it should have been included as a comparison or a comparable. So I'll put that to the side. Next one is 5853 Chicory Drive. This home I think is comparable. I'd probably give the slight edge to mine. It's a 3-bedroom house, 2 full baths, 2 half baths. So again, mine has a little bit of an edge there. It's also slightly smaller than my house, the first one. It does have a full finished basement though, as opposed to a rec room. So that actually makes it technically larger in terms of living area. But when we see the pictures, I do think it's comparable. This home sold for $580,000 back on 7/13 of 2022. So again, with mine being 9, that would be, if I'm doing my math right, 10 months later than mine. So sold for $50,000 under what my home sold for 10 months later. You look at the pictures, I think the kitchen is actually much nicer in this home. It has a very nice sunroom, very nice main living area. And then going on to the back page, master bath looks every bit as nice as mine. In fact, I'd say more updated than mine. So I would actually say this is kind of the opposite of what a lot of the other houses have been, that this one looks more modern than mine, but yet smaller than mine. Again, that $50,000 difference that the market said, I think maybe that makes a lot of sense with the extra bedroom that I have, but the city assessor now has it as $113,500 difference that they believe this house is versus mine. And finally, the last home that I'll go through very quickly and then turn it over is 2751 Jasmine Drive. This house is actually a neighbor house to me, and it sold for $715,000 back on 7/28 of 2023. So that is right around the assessed value that they have my house for. So if this house was truly a good comp to mine, it might make a lot of sense for it. One thing I want to call out for this, the home was built in 2000, so about 5 years after mine, so it was a later home. It is a much larger home. It was also a parade of homes home when it was built. Mine was not. If you're familiar with the parade of homes, it's builders showcasing really gem of homes that they've built out that they want the people to see as far as what they can do. Usually they have a lot of add-ins that you see. When you actually look at the pictures, the first page of the pictures I think are pretty comparable to my home, I'll say. The kitchen, the main room, everything, it's relatively similar. I don't think there's a lot of differences there. So at that point, the 715 might not seem so ridiculous for mine, but then when you get into the back page of it, I think it really starts to show. So they have what I can't even describe as a wet bar. It's almost a second kitchen down in their basement that's been renovated. I think I count something like 12 bar stools going around it. It is high end to be sure. And then that's not the only thing they have in their basement. You can see there's 2 other rooms that they have massive built-ins that they've added value to. I have to assume that this would be well over $100,000 to do some kind of a basement like this. Obviously, they have some Miami Vice colors that they want, but you could easily change that up if you didn't want it to be so flashy, but I can see the appeal for it too. And then the backyard that this house has. It has a half, I don't even know how you call it, a sports court, a full half-court basketball court, essentially, a deck that is made of, I don't want to say Trex, but Trex-like material, as opposed to the wood, so the last forever kind of material that they call it. And then a very large, nice fence that they recently put in and built there, as far as it goes. One thing I want to call out really quickly on the comp sheet that they say, when you compare backyards between this house and mine, they don't actually do anything for the sports court or anything like that. They actually have my house listed as being, and this is on, if you go to page 4 of the comparable sheet here. So if you go to the last page, the first column is my house, the second column is this new house that we're looking at. The deck and patio are the only thing that they show here. And they actually say they have no patio, so mine, which is the basketball hoop again, remember, is worth $2,900 more than theirs. So my basketball court, according to the city assessor, is worth $2,900 more than the basketball hoop that they have essentially on here. Obviously, no one is going to agree with that. That's ludicrous. You can see they even have their own lights that go up there, commercial grade. And then even the deck, they have as an $800 difference, despite mine being wood and theirs being traditional or the more expensive Trex decking. So in conclusion, I think I've shown an abundance of information on these comps that just do not show that my house should be anywhere near that $715. Now, I listed $630 on mine. That's because that was the sale price of my home. I'm not saying my home is truly worth only $630. I understand that we probably are in an appreciating market and that it could be higher than that. But I think I've shown through these comps that there's a range of about $625,000 to about $655,000 that makes a lot of sense for my home, and that the $715 does not. And I don't believe the city assessor is going to be able to show you any comps that really make sense at that $715 price without making net adjustments that don't make any sense when you actually look at the pictures and actually compare. So with that, I'll go ahead and rest.
Thank you, Mr. Brockert. Chris?
Do we have opportunity to ask any questions, or are we doing that after the fact?
Let's do that after the fact, after you provide your presentation.
10-4. All right. With that, I will turn it over to Julia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sligo. So Julia is handing out Assessor's Exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Julia Stover with the Fitchburg Assessing Department. I'm a property appraiser. I've provided the board and the objector with written information on the assessments that I'll summarize. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. Go over those. Well, first you have the copy of the objection form. And I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department as a property appraiser. I have a Department of Revenue Assessor 2 certification, which expires September 30th, 2027, and I'm current with all required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field for almost 3 years and for the City of Fitchburg since December 2021. The following experience qualifies me as a property appraiser. I have a Bachelor of Science in Consumer Science from the UW-Madison. I have a certificate in property assessment valuation from Waukesha County Technical College and have taken additional courses. I have attended the Board of Review training in 2017 and 2021. I have attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2021. And I have completed property appraisal valuation courses presented by the International Association of Assessing Officers. I just completed a course last week, actually, on mass appraisal. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2024. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject, if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of an arm's length sale of reasonable comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, and Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll see a map illustrating the subject property's location. And then the next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. And I'll note some of those more significant, some of the more significant data. The first page shows that the property is a low to medium density residential property located in the Lacey Heights neighborhood on the city's north side, just north of Lacey Road. Then you'll see building permit history and sales history. There are no recent arm's length sales of the property in the last 2 years. However, the most recent sale of the subject property was an arm's length sale in September 2021 for a price of $630,000. Page 3 and 5 show the notes section. The property was last inspected by me on May 24th, 2024, per request of the property owner at an open book email correspondence. During this visit, I walked through the interior and around the exterior of the entire property. I measured and resketched the rec room because I noticed there were some areas that were I did not believe were correct. So I resketched that into our system, which decreased the rec square footage. It's listed as rec room space, although there is some exposure, but it's not a full walkout, but there is quite a bit of light coming in, so we list it as rec and not FBLA, which is a lower value than FBLA. I sketched the patio that was previously not assessed, and I put an override on the condition for the attachments to decrease their ratings from good to average. I also changed the effective date from 2010 to 2010 to 2008, which decreased the value. I did this because it was in line with how I would value any other property and the adjustments that I would add for the remodels that were done to this property. These changes decreased the original assessed value that we had on it for 2024, which was $732,300. It decreased it by $16,900, resulting in a new 2024 assessed value of $715,400. Next, you'll see the land information. And on the 6th page of the record card, you'll see that the structure is a single-family residence, 2 stories in height. It contains 3,462 square feet of living space, including the rec living space. It was built in 1995 with an effective year built of 2008, which reflects the significant remodeling that was made since its initial construction. The construction and quality grade B+ property, its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as good, and there's other detailed information on physical attributes contained in the record card. The 7th page is a sketch of the property. The next few pages of the document are the market valuation detail, and that summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that illustrates, that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales from 2022 and 2023. The next page is a sales comparison report that supports the assessed value of those arm's length sales. The report, the address of the sale properties are 2725 Jasmine Drive, 5846 Persimmon Drive, 5853 Chicory Drive, and 2751 Jasmine Drive. The sale prices range from $580,000 to $780,000. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. And then you'll see, let's see, where are we at? Right here. The sales are 2-story single-family homes, and the subject and gross living areas range between 3,179 and 4,134 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2003 to 2010, and other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as lot, building attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. And the adjusted sale prices are $766,100,000, $718,000, $693,500, and $738,300, respectively. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $715,400 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2024. In summary, there is not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property, and we completed the mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 modified market cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on this testimony, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and I request that you sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julia. If you guys, Chris, if you have questions for each other, go ahead.
I guess my first question would be, do you feel that the purchase that you made in September 2021 was an arm's length sale?
Yeah, it would technically be an arm's length sale.
Okay.
I do believe we overpaid slightly because we wanted the house and it was such a hot market, but it was definitely an arm's length.
Okay. So then I guess to that point, I guess there's kind of 2 questions here. You had stated that your opinion of value as submitted on the form at 630,000, that maybe you think it's worth more than that. I guess my question would be, what do you believe the opinion of value is?
I think anything between 630 and 655 is reasonable.
But specifically, I mean, you know, I guess the reason I ask is because the board, their job is to decide on specific values as presented by both us and yourself. And if there's no specific value, I'm just kind of curious on kind of digging in on what you think the value is and how that value is supported.
Well, I believe the range that I showed you is supported through the comps that we looked at here as far as what the prices go to. I am not an expert in being able to tell the value. I do not have an appraiser. The appraiser that I had at the time when I bought my home put it for $630,000. Sure. Obviously, that's 2 years ago now at this point, or 2 years and some months ago.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to give an exact thing. I will say I think anything between $630,000 and $655,000 is completely reasonable, and if the board found any amount in there, I would be more than content with that.
Okay, so then I guess my follow-up question would be, if we assume the value at the top end of that at $655,000, that indicates a roughly 4% increase in the market value since it was purchased between September 2021 and January 2024. I guess my question is do you believe that the market value has only increased by 4% in roughly 2.5 years?
The overall market? No, but again, I think I overpaid for my home because of the factors of my grandparents, or the grandparents being there, my parents being there.
Sure.
And so I absolutely think my home might not have sold for $630,000. Like I said, there was a house across the street that sold for $482,000, which has similar specs as far as bedrooms, everything else for it. And so the vast majority of the homes on my street right now are valued by your office at far less than $700,000. The house right next door to me is much, much larger than mine, and yet it's valued at, I think, $655,000 right now.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose I don't have any further questions. Do you have any questions?
I would like to make some comments, if I may. One thing I'd like to point out there is I think one thing Julia said is we don't have a recent arm's length deal. I would actually push back on that. The City Assessor's Guide handbook actually states that if a sale is several years old, that it should not be given deference because at that point it's not considered recent. Well, my sale is September of 2021. That is 2 years and 3 months from the January 1st deadline that we're looking at today. And so that is not several years. That is inside of several years. So I understand you're not going to give it as much deference as if it sold on December 31st of 2022. But I absolutely think my $630,000 sale price should be part of the equation and should be considered for it. The other thing I would say is just I would throw the question back as far as the appreciating market back on the assessors. We looked at many homes in this list. I mean, for example, comparison one that you have. So this home sold for almost 2 years ago, so over a year past the January 1st date that we're doing here, for $682,500, yet you have it assessed at $630,000. That doesn't show appreciation in the market that's happened for that. And then we have multiple other homes on here. The Persimmons Drive here, comparison 2, comp 2, also is assessed currently at below what it sold for, despite selling in 2022. And so, and then several of the other comps that I showed, the Idaho home, or Ivanhoe home, and the, what was it, the 29 Forest, all are significantly under what the assessed value is. So I just like what the statement is as far as if we believe we're in an appreciating market, why these homes, so many we're seeing, are significantly under what the market sale was.
I think the simple answer to that is that the market continues to increase month to month, and we have to we do mass appraisal. So we are unlikely to be on every single sale price exactly as they are. If a house sold on January 1st for X amount of dollars, it should be about where it is. But there's a lot of market change that occurs even month to month. So.
But some of these homes sold in 2022, and yet they're still under what they sold for. And yet mine that sold just 6 or 9 months before some of these, you have now assessed at $85,000 over. So that just under the uniformity clause of the state constitution, that does not make sense that you're having such a wild difference in some homes you think have appreciated so much and others are still significantly under what they actually sold for at market years later. That's not consistent and equitable.
That's kind of the nature of mass appraisal, unfortunately, and that's why there's a 90 to 110% threshold regarding assessments.
Okay. One other question for you, or actually, next question I should say rather, is the homes that you did the comps for that you specifically put in your sheet. Can you state with certainty, has anyone from your office been in every single one of these homes since they sold?
I can't say that for certain, but we at the very least reviewed those properties and made an attempt to.
But what does review those properties mean? Just look at the stats as far as we go?
Anytime a property sells, we make an attempt to review and do an interior inspection. If we do not get in, we look at sales pictures and use the best information available.
Yeah. Can I ask then, comparison to, now that you have the photos that I provided today, when you actually look at that, can you say honestly that you believe that is a fair comp, that would be something that you would think is in the same tier level as what my home is?
Yeah,
because that one in particular.
I think so. I think we've made adjustments for the differences between. I'm not saying it's the same exact home. No two houses are the same generally, but I would say we have made appropriate adjustments for the differences between those two to make them comparable.
Okay, I am now closing testimony in the case. I will open it up for deliberation. Well, actually, let me check if there are any questions from the board before I close. Go ahead, Mark.
If I could get either Assessor Stover or Leitz, could one of you please explain the masonry adjustment and how that is calculated? I'm noticing a pretty wide range between the comps on that.
Any mason that's added to the front of the homes, like, I mean, maybe you can tell from the photos. I'm not sure if you can or not, but we measure that by hand. I measure that by hand when I go out there. If it's a new construction, if it's already on there and it appears to be correct, I would assume that it has already been measured, but we do measure that by hand.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I make one more comment just as a cross? One thing I saw that they mentioned was, I think they said the effective date of my home now is currently listed as being 2008. So just to put that in perspective, my home was built in 1995. My kitchen was renovated in 2007. That's a major renovation. And then I have some bathrooms, 2 bathrooms of the 4 that were renovated in 2013. And then besides that, we have the adjustment to the screened-in porch that became a 4 Seasons room in 2016. To me, that just from a basic, reasonable status, my home doesn't feel like a 2008 home from that. The vast majority of my home is 95, with the kitchen being 2007, and yet we're saying just because the bathrooms and the sunroom are above it, that we're putting it at 2008, because those are the big things that are making my house so different from all these others and are creating these situations where a house that sells for $50,000 more than mine, two houses down, is now somehow worth $80,000 less by the assessor's value.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I am, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. Chris or Julia, what percent of the home's value now or as of January 1st is the assessed value? I mean, what's the percentage at? When you assessed it at 715, that is what percent of the fair market value?
Oh, so we don't have that number yet. We assume in a revaluation year it's 100% or close to. The Department of Revenue issues the official number sometime in November, I think.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I'm now closing the testimony on the case. I will open it up for deliberations among the board of review members. to state based on the sworn testimony presented whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. After deliberations are complete, I will call for a motion to uphold the assessor's value and, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, let's deliberate among ourselves, and if anyone has any comments or would like to provide a motion, go ahead.
This is Carlson. With an eye toward what someone might eventually move, I would like to ask the clerk or other members of the board whether or not we can, when we choose between the assessor's value or the objector's proposed value, treat not 630,000 but 655 as the amended opinion, as it were, of the objector's estimate of the property's value.
I'll state if you need me to change mine to 655, I'm not opposed to that. I'm happy to do that, if that makes it easier.
Yes, I think we can go ahead and enter 655.
If you're asking me, we can certainly get the city attorney. She's
Or-
available if you'd like to ask the city attorney.
If we need to.
If you feel that you want to make a motion to amend the assessment value to a different value, you can amend that to whatever value you think that is based on the sworn oral testimony that was brought upon you and the facts and presentations about why you feel that way.
Yeah, I'd say then if the sworn oral testimony presented before us at the time is sufficient, then even if it supersedes, if it contradicts what was put on the form, I personally don't think we need to consult the attorney to say we're going to consider the options to be either the assessor's estimate or 655.
Go ahead, Carol.
My thoughts on that are just, as a 2-year veteran of this committee, is that unless we can point to why we're reducing it by that specific amount, I don't believe that it is valid for us to do that. I think we would have to come up with what is it in the city assessor's assessment that we believe is incorrect specifically, and then we could reduce it by that amount if we could find something that we could key you in on. But to just come up with a general value has typically not been accepted in this committee because it's not our job to value the property. It's our job to look for, was there an error made? So I think if we can find or point to one difference between one of the comparisons, one of the columns where we think that their calculation was off by a certain amount, I think we could come up with a valid reason for maybe looking at Chris's assessment and seeing if there's room for adjustment. But just to generally say that we think it should go down to 655, I don't believe that the city attorney has ever said that that's something that we should be doing. Would you agree, Tracy?
If I may comment.
We can certainly ask her to weigh in. She is here today.
Okay.
If I may comment, if you're looking for a line item, the one that I brought up is the condition report as far as it goes. I think the pictures that I brought show that the condition is much closer to average than good for a lot of these things like the kitchen, the internal. And if you look on their data sheet, that's where a lot of this comes from. And then the other one would be the age of the home as far as them putting for 2008. So if you make the adjustments there to those line items, that's going to get you much closer to that 655 and put me in with the comps like comparison 1 and comparison 3 as far as those values go.
I may add a point that the testimony phase of the case is closed, but just want that on the record.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
That's what I was about to say. Do we have any motions? Okay, hearing none, I will move to uphold the assessor's value.
Fairchild, second.
Any discussion? No discussion. Call to vote. Anyone in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. So we are upholding the assessment value of 2747 Jasmine Drive, parcel number 0609 084 6170-3, in the amount of, oh, I seem to have misplaced my, $715,000.
400.
400. Thank you again for coming. City Clerk, Tracy, can you provide the objector with the determination form? And if they're not satisfied with the board's decision, there are appeal options available listed at the bottom of the determination form. And thank you for coming in and providing testimony.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
This case is now concluded. Okay, we'll give Tracy a few moments here
Did you want to recess for about 5 minutes?
Yes, let's go ahead and recess for 5 minutes.
Brandy, I'm going to have you take a seat first, though, if you don't mind. Okay. Okay, committee resuming here, 11 a.m. on August 20th, the Board of Review. At this time, we'll move on to item 4C, and we are in front of us, the Stedman-Hofer property. I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones, and I'm going to confirm that Brandy Hofer, you are the property owner?
Yes,
Am I
myself
pronouncing
and
your-
my husband.
And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Correctly.
All right,
Correct.
thank you. And I'm going to ask the clerk to swear in you, ma'am, as well as the team from the assessing shop here.
Thank you, Chair.
So,
Can you
ma'am,
raise
if-
your right hand and repeat after me? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Brandy Hofer, 13 Oak Park Way, Fitchburg.
Thank you. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
I do. Trent Milliken, Property Appraiser.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This hearing is on the property at 13 Oak Parkway, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. It is a single-family condo, and the property owner's opinion of this property is $559,000. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, Ms. Hofer, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given us the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards directed by the Wisconsin Supreme Court are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm-length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, Ms. Hofer, are there any exhibits that you'd be reading into the record?
Yes.
Yes. I would have you then hand those to our clerk. Make sure you keep a copy for yourself, and she will get them to the assessing department as well.
Thank you, Chair, and I will mark these as Objectors Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Tracy. And I had a nice pen, and now I don't know what I did with it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just one.
Okay, everybody has taxpayer exhibit number 1 as distributed by Clerk Oldenburg. I'm going to continue just reading a little bit, ma'am. I have to do that. If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. Obviously, we're going to give you as much time as you need, but we do have a pretty full agenda today, so I'd like if you could stick to maybe 10 or 12 minutes for your presentation or go as little as you like, and I can give you a 2-minute warning if you so choose. At this time, Madam Taxpayer, I'd like you to state your name and full address for the record, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Again, Brendy Hofer.
Pull the mic just a little closer if you don't mind.
Move it.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Brendy Hofer, 13 Oak Park Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. And this is going to be short. I only have 1 or 2 main points to make. For those of you that are not, I'll give you a very, very brief background on what our neighborhood is. It is a hybrid condominium neighborhood, meaning that we own the lot that our condominium sits on, but it is part of a condominium neighborhood and it is considered a condo. There are 34 homes. The majority of them are ranch style. Very few of them are 2-story. Most of our neighbors we're all over 55. What am I saying? Most people come in there and they downsize. The backdrop is on Oak Park Way. There are 2 streets in our condo neighborhood, Oak Park Way and Woodhaven. On Oak Park Way, where we are located, and this is my first sheet, I have listed the total assessment of the 16 homes on Oak Park, and they range from $401,000 to $516,000. All but 2 of them are ranches. I've also listed the square foot, and something I learned from the assessor, how much of that square foot above grade has more value than when it's a finished basement space. As a backdrop, you can see, as I said, 401 to 516. By the way, I rounded. I'm not going to sit and do 700 this and 182 of that.
Did you get this information from what source, if you don't mind asking?
The Dane County Assessor's website.
Thank you.
Okay? Noting that we are 13 Oak Park Way, our condo is assessed at $635,000, which is 23% higher than the highest of any others on Oak Park. This is just backdrop. I got this from a website that the city assessors, what was the name of that site?
Probably assessordata.org.
Right, they shared that with me. The next, that's where the next data comes from, if you needed to know, and that is our home at 13 Oak Park Way. For comparison, from the same website, the other 2-story that is on Oak Park Way is right after that. That's the sheet right after this. And it is comparable to ours in that it has the same amount of finished square foot, about the same amount above grade, just a touch less. And it was built about the same time and has approximately the same conditions, although not quite as, I don't want what to call it, desirable. My second main point after this backdrop is, as has been mentioned a couple of times as I sat here today, comparable sales. Okay? On Woodhaven Way, there was a sale of a comparable property to ours that occurred in June of '23. It is the only truly comparable sale, and it is, and I will mention this, probably the most comparable one could ever find. It is a 2-story. It is approximately the same amount of finished square feet above grade, as you can tell, just 100 or 200 square feet less. It is the same description, the same condition, the same grade. It was built in the same year. And how comparable is this? This was built by the same builder we used, Design Shelters. And it gets even, it's almost funny. Since I said this is going to be short, you're only going to get one little anecdote on this. Since this was built the same year, the same time as ours, the same subs were used. The same tradespeople were used. Sometimes they ran the bike path behind us from house to house. The same delivery people brought drywall. Because they were our condo and this condo were both open at the same time, we'd run down there and we'd go, oh, they're using a slightly different wood trim on the house. But it's pretty much the same coming from the same people. So, same builder, about the same square foot, the same year, and about the same condition. There is one only difference I'll have to throw in there. The owner of Design Shelters built this home for his daughter. Now, that was a benefit to us because he was also kind of watching over everybody that was working on our house, because as long as he was down watching over that his daughters turned out, he was watching over us.
So your house was built for his daughter, is what you're saying?
No, our house was built for us, but they were being built at the same time.
Oh, I got it. Thank
Literally.
You. Thank you. Got it.
Literally,
Yep.
right. So, cutting to it. This house that I consider as probably as comparable as you can get, with the exception of a few square feet, is assessed by the city of Fitchburg at $526,000. That's well over $100,000 less than ours. Now, the next thing you're going to ask me, and I jotted this down, what did it sell for? It sold for, as I said, in June of last year, it sold for $575,000. So it did sell for more than it is assessed for currently. That's it.
Give us 45-second summary of what you just said, please. You're asking us your opinion based on what are the factors again? Just one more time for the record.
Okay. We have a 2-story house in a neighborhood that's predominantly ranch condos. So that is why there aren't a lot of comparable sales, et cetera. We had a comparable sale, a sale of a comparable that was built that is as comparable to our condo as you could possibly find a year ago. The assessment's $526,000, the sale was $575,000.
Got it. Thank you.
And that's why I came up with a number in the middle.
Okay, Randy, we're going to have my colleague Carol's going to ask you a question before we turn over to the assessing department.
Is there something specific you can point us to where you arrived to the 559 number for what you believe to be the correct assessment?
I can't discuss other people's assessment as I understand it, but if I was stepping back from this, I'd say that the 23 Woodhaven is underassessed by the city. So that's why I did not say it should be assessed. We should be assessed exactly at 526. I think it's underassessed, and there is value to our house. I won't argue that. So since the Woodhaven sold for $575,000, but it's not assessed for that, that's where I came up with my number.
Okay.
That's not real scientific, but it's like, it's the best I could do.
559 is what she's saying. 635.9 is what the assessor came up with, and she's saying it should be reduced to 559. So I was just looking for if there was anything specific we could cue in on.
Well, Brandy, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to turn it over to Chris and Trent from the city's assessing department.
Thank you.
And if you have handouts, please get those to the appropriate people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Trent Milliken, and I'm a property appraiser with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office. Chris has just provided you and the objector with the written information on the assessment that I will now summarize. The first few pages of the packet are a copy of the property owner's original objection with their supporting documents. And then following that, starting with section 1, you'll see a summary of my qualifications to complete this assessment. As it says, I have an assessment technician and assessor 2 certification, both of which expire in 2025, and I'm current with all continuing education requirements. I've been in the assessment field for over 4 years. I've been with the City of Fitchburg since May of last year. Prior to that, I was working for Department of Revenue as a property assessment specialist for 3 years. The education that qualify me as a property appraiser, I have a Bachelor of Science in Public Administration from UW-La Crosse with a minor in Legal Studies, and I've attended classes, trainings, and meetings presented by International Assessing or Association of Assessing Officers, Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers, the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, and League of Wisconsin Municipalities, covering both residential and commercial valuation. And section 2 of the same sheet covers the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to establish the full value, referred to as market value, of the property as of January 1st of the tax year. Part A summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The hierarchy of valuation is as follows. First, Tier 1, which would be an arm's length sale of the subject. Next, Tier 2, which is sales comparison based on properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. And lastly, Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily cost and income. Part B contains the definition of market value, including the criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions, and that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all properties in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines a mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. The manual also notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, all assessments are estimated at approximately 100%. Following that, you'll see a map illustrating the subject property's location. And the next few pages are the property record card. I'll note some of the more significant data. On the first page, you'll see that the property is a condo in the Capitol Heights condo neighborhood, which is a planned development district. The second page, you'll see building permits and sales history, which shows that the only building permit was new construction permit in 2016, and it was built by the current owner, so the only sale was for vacant land in 2014. The third page shows the notes section. There's no open book meeting this year with the property owner. And the next page, the notes section is continued, where you can see the last time that we were through the property was in 2016 after the new construction was completed. And then the land information is below that. The next page I'll highlight, the structure is a 2-story split level style residence. It contains 2,557 square feet of living space. As I said, it was built in 2016, and it has a construction quality grade of B+. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There's other information on the physical attributes of the property as well, such as room count, fireplaces, basement, garage stalls, additional plumbing fixtures, etc. The bottom section shows the attachments and their sizes. And the 6th and final page is the sketch of the property, which also shows the attachments and their measurements of the property. The next sheet is a market valuation detail. This summarizes the assessment calculation that is completed by our automatic valuation model. And the model that we use is based on volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. And the market adjustments shown are based on 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. The next page is a map that locates the subject and recent comparable arm's length sales using the sales comparison report, which is found in the next page. The report lists arm's length sales from 2022 and 23, and it shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates that sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The comps used are located at 23 Woodhaven Way, 35 Woodhaven Way, and 27 Oak Park Way. All the comparables are custom or ranch style properties, all in the same condo neighborhood group, condo res 4, in the same neighborhood as well. The gross living area of the subject, as I mentioned, is just over 2,500 square feet, and the gross areas of the comparable sales range between 2,400 and just over 3,000 square feet. The effective year built of the comparables ranges from 2012 to 2016, and there's other data listed there as well that supports the comps being reasonably comparable to the subject. The comparable sale prices range from $499,900 to $575,000 before adjustments. Then the report adjusts sale prices for differences to the subject, such as the lot, size, building attributes, age, condition, market location, and detached structures if there are any. And the adjusted sale prices range from $556,300 to $672,300. These adjusted sale prices indicate that the assessed value of $635,900 is a fair estimate of the market value and the subject property as of the first of this year. In summary, because there's not a recent arm's length Tier 1 sale of the subject property, we completed mass appraisal using Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We ultimately used a market modified cost approach to value, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on this testimony, I don't believe that the presumption of correctness has been overcome, and I believe that the assessment is correct, and respectfully request that it be sustained as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Trent. Brent, at this time, do you have any questions for Trent? That is certainly your right. You can ask in public forum if you have questions of his information or any other thoughts to the assessing department. I would give you that opportunity at this time.
No, I don't have any.
Okay. All right. So let's pull this back up to here. Let's go down the line here. Sharif, you have any questions at all for the property tax owner or the assessing department? Mr. Milliken.
No, I do not at this time. Thank you.
Carol, how about you?
I do not either at this time.
Mr. Andrew, do you have any questions? If not, we can come back to you.
I'm just curious about the assessments provided in Taxpayer Exhibit 1. Has the assessing department, are those assessments current on her comparisons?
That I'm not sure of without looking through every one of them. If they were pulled from Access Dane or the assessor data, they should be. But I didn't create the document, so I can't say for sure. I can, if you'd like me to, I can look through every one of them and validate them, but.
Let's, why don't you do that, and if Andrew, hold your thought here. Dave or Mark, any questions for Trent, kind of on his math that he did, or his homework here, or for the property owner?
I
Chris
do
is looking that up. Andrew, I promise I'll come back to you.
for Trent, I do have a question on the above grade, based on, I'm not sure which document this is, but it's where it lists,
That's number one.
number
that's-
one,
Yeah,
this
number one
document here.
property owner.
Just looking at this, the subject property seems to have a significant amount more of above grade footage. But when I look at the actual assessment, that it doesn't, it divides out to roughly 2,500 square feet, but there's first floor and second floor. I'm assuming that that is just because of the grade that this property is situated on, that it ends up being all above grade.
So it's a split level home, so
But I guess my follow-up with that is you are still treating the first level and the second level at a different assessed rate for that square footage, it appears, correct?
I was, could you repeat it? Could you bring me up to speed? I was plowing through these assessments.
Yeah, it might help if I can get the right thing up, sorry.
I think what he's asking is Chris and Trent, Ms. Holfer's property is 2,500 square feet above grade. Sticks out on this sheet a little bit.
And on the property record card, the first floor is at 1533, second floor is at 1024. Those amounts are assessed at different values, but on this other table, and this might just be something that she provided for this above grade square footage. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that, and I might not be asking a very fair question right now.
Well,
I'm kind
I'm
of.
a little confused by what the total square footage is too, since on the 2024 sales comparison sheet that you provided, Trent, there's a figure listed for above grade of 2,557 square feet and an additional 1,600 some square feet below grade, but those figures don't jive with what's on any other document.
So I guess I'm asking for clarification what the actual square footage of the full home is, because it's got a couple different things going on here.
Sure, I can provide some clarity. So,
Gentlemen, if you look at, he's looking at lower right of the 2024 market valuation detail, total square footage, 2,557.
yes,
then that below grade would be unfinished basement area.
exactly. So there's 2,757, I think is the number.
And that garage is also considered unfinished basement area because we have basement garage stalls. So in split levels are kind of difficult.
So Trent, maybe this helps a little bit here. Let me ask you this. You've labeled under style, or whatever the computer does, Ms. Hofer's house is a split level, 2,557. You have 23 Woodhaven as a custom. So, and then you have 35 Woodhaven as custom, and then you have 27 Oak Parkway is ranch. Custom means it's just standard, walk in, main level, go upstairs, there's the bedrooms and whatever, sleeping area. What is split level, why that determination of her home? Just curious, why is it not a two-story here?
So I can speak a little bit to
sure.
that. So I should caveat this by saying that we have not been through, this has been listed as a split level since it was
Built?
Yep. Right. So somebody, I believe it was Amy Mercer, it's who the note was written, when she did the full inspection back in, when it was built in 2016.
Sure.
Typically, what you see with split level style homes is going to be where you might walk in at grade, and then you call it a half staircase up to your, I guess, supposed second floor. You might have a couple, half staircases.
Is it like the old tri-level houses?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
And then versus just a standard custom two-story. So I think that Mark had said something to the effect of the kind of the grade at which this is built is likely to determine why it's a split level versus, you say a colonial or whatever, custom.
So Ms. Hofer, is it because of the topography of that lot, or why was it just a design for that home? I'm just curious. The split level, kind of the 2 stairs? Is that a choice you guys made, or just curious?
I think I can straighten out some of your confusion. First,
Brendan, could you please use your microphone?
I'm sorry.
And Chris, we'll come back to you, okay?
Yeah.
All right. We are the original owners. We had the house designed
Fair
for
enough.
us.
Yep.
Okay? We believe in trying to integrate a space like a house that's fixed into the landscape. And we are on a slope. So we had the house designed so it would flow into the hill.
Oh, got
Okay?
it. Yep.
So that meant, but because these are very small lots by a lot of people's standards, they average in cap heights are between 4,500 and 5,500 square feet, and we had to fit in the rectangle. That meant some design challenges. So that's why we wound up with the garage, and then you're right, there's a couple steps up. The other thing that may be, I can clarify, that may have caused some confusion, and I remember letting the assessor through when the house was completed, is that we built an upside-down house. That means we live on the top floor. So our kitchen and our living room are on the top floor of the house, and the split, the bedroom, it's a one-bedroom house, is above the garage, and our main level comes off the garage. I know.
I get it. No,
It's you either like it like we do, or you're going, are you kidding me?
no.
It means you have to be very thoughtful about how many liquid refreshments you buy at the grocery store, because they all have to go up some stairs to get to the fridge.
So, Chris, I think this is the nub of the argument for me here. Argument is the square footage piece, because I think you guys are punching in, rightfully so, that 2552 number. Walk us through what that means in assessing.
Yeah, so this is in some ways the advantage of a split level home a little bit, is that you get to have kind of more of that above grade square footage as opposed to, your conventional home, ranch home or whatever that might have basement finished square footage. So I think that's probably the main reason why this is valued a little bit higher, is that it comes down to just kind of having generally higher above grade square footage.
And Chris, this Dane County, Ms. Hofer's numbers are accurate that she pulled off the assessing site.
Yeah.
So her handout, number one, folks, that says she's sitting there at 2,500 square feet while everybody else is at 1,300 and 1,500 or whatever, is in the public record on Dane County's website.
It would be on our assessor data website, but it's publicly available. So we have kind of two places you can go for assessment information. You go to Access Dane, it just has value and kind of that.
So if a realtor were to list her condo, they would go on the assessing webpage and find it 2,557 square feet above grade.
I would assume so.
Okay.
I'm not a realtor, so I can't.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that's where they get their source.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, a lot going on here, but good stuff here. Any more questions? Fitchburg's a unique city for a lot of reasons, and you have a property that...
What was that?
I said Fitchburg has a lot of unique properties, so I'm glad you're bringing forward the square footage conversation here. Any other questions that people may have?
May I make a brief comment?
Of course.
I don't dispute that our home should be valued higher than the other homes in Capitol Heights. I mean, I know what we put into it, I know what it took to do it, and it's definitely unique. I guess my question is it that much more unique, or should it be valued that much more? And if we were going to sell it, this is a house, my husband and I had a very serious discussion about this, as did the banker that put the construction loan together. They said, you guys know what you're doing. It could be a tough one to sell.
Okay.
And so that's where I'm at.
Okay, so thank you for that. Chris and Trent, just a little chronological for us here. We have our city's Board of Review. Obviously, Tracy and her team published that everywhere, far and wide, so the public record knew we had that board of review process. Did you folks have a chance to sit down with the property owner?
Talking during open book?
Correct.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
I spoke with them on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible that we may have spoken on the phone. We didn't have like an in-person
So
kind
you
of
were
sit
aware of
down
that
and-
process? Or not?
I'm new at this, so
But
not
you-
100%.
My point is, you knew that that was an opportunity for you, is what I'm trying to say.
That's why I spoke with them on the phone.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Just,
And they were very helpful.
thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do something here real quickly here. So Tracy's staring at me to make sure I do this. I am now closing testimony on this case. I will now open it up for deliberations by this board, asking board members to state based on sworn testimony given by both the property owner and the assessing department, presented where the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. So what we're going to do this time is bring it up here, and we're going to have conversations about this and make a decision so you can move on, and so to speak. So, Mark, you're always good at kicking things off, and I always like hearing what you have to say. What are your thoughts?
I don't think I have any questions. I think
Okay.
based on what I've heard, I think I'm good. Thank you.
David, any thoughts at all before we vote? No questions. Okay, Andrew? I can always come back, sir.
No questions.
Sharif?
None at this point in time, just for the elaboration on the grade style
Yes,
classification for the different comparison. I think it's very important to have a clear-cut definition of the styles at the point of appraisal, just to, one, provide clear information to the property owner as to the different style and also what factors into that as well. I think that's crucial from my perspective, but thank you very much, guys.
Carol?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. So I have just brief. Trent, I'm gonna walk me through your comps here, Trent. So 23, comparison 1, comparison 2, and comparison 3. And the property owner has that handout as well, so she knows what I'm talking about. These were all recent sales within the last year plus, okay? I'm just trying to, my question is, again, I go back to the custom and the ranch, similar square footage. However, comparison to the top line of square footage above grade is 2396. And ours is, the one we're looking at is 2557. What is the assessed value of 35 Woodhaven at this juncture?
A little over 600.
Okay. You kind of answered my question, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I can,
I'm sorry.
give me a second, I'll quote it exact, but
You kind of,
35?
yes.
603,900.
Okay, 603,900. Okay. Where does that property differ a little bit from this one? Just curious, besides that square footage number.
It's built in, I can offer at least a little context, sorry to cut you off. But, first off, it's built in 2012.
Hers is 2016, correct? Okay.
Yep. Style's different.
Okay.
I think the grade is different. Yeah,
It is a higher grade.
It's a higher grade.
What does that mean again, the higher grade, just for a
So
dummy
it's
like me?
typically quality of construction. It may
Hers
be,
is higher grade.
this one is. So what the difference is that it may be such that you have the same builder, but depending on the finishes that go into a house, that's really, something that has, marble countertops.
So is that the metrics that say if Julia comes in my house, she has a metric sheet that says this is the grade, it has X, that's an A grade. If it has this, it's a C grade.
So we don't have like
It's not a subjective call.
Not necessarily. I mean, an appraiser's going to go through a house. We review them. We do
Correct.
kind of equity reviews essentially. So we'll look at a neighborhood and make sure, hey, is everything at least within a step or two? If there's an outlier, then we have some concerns with that. But generally, within a neighborhood, you would expect similar quality grades. 13 Oak Park is a B+, this one's an A-. That wouldn't cause any red flags for us.
Do we know, would you have gone through these three comps, Trent or Chris, roughly the same time as Ms. Hofer's property, or no?
Our kind of inspection records typically predate, in this case, we don't have records dating back, at least readily in our system, to 2012. We could look that up. We most recently were there in 2023 and did a full inspection.
Of all of these?
Not of all of them. Of 35 Woodhaven, we did. I can look at the other two if you'd like.
Just take 30 seconds, just real quick.
23.
I guess I'm trying to, I think the crux of the taxpayer's argument is consistency, and is it apples to somewhat apples? Knowing what you said about square footage. That's kind of what I'm trying to set the table
So
here.
we did look at 23 Woodhaven back in 2016 as well. It was 92% complete, so that's mostly complete at that point. And then lastly, what was the other one?
I have it.
27.
We went through that in 22 when it sold.
Okay, thank you. So somewhat consistent.
Yeah.
Last question I have. I say that, and of course I'll have 6 more, but anyway. The square footage argument, back to you, Chris, in your professional judgment and your years of experience. Somewhat of a unique property. Living space is kind of topsy-turvy from others. She comes in, she's living up above, and she's sleeping down below, more or less. What goes through your mind when you see that?
I think it kind of depends. I think like she had previously mentioned, this is a neighborhood that typically has older retired folks who have kind of downsized.
Sure.
I think there's a number of different condo neighborhoods in Fitchburg kind of like that are going to attract that specific type of person. It may not have a wide appeal to someone like myself who has 2 toddlers and it's a little bit non-functional for that, but I think Fitchburg is a community that attracts a lot of retirees for a lot of good reasons, high quality life. So to me, I think it has a market appeal. I don't know that I don't know that specifically limits it or inhibits the value. My own 2 cents, but it's a unique property.
Based on your judgment, the calculation, the computer you plug it into, all that stuff. This is an apples to apples square footage conversation, even though it's a different living arrangement. To say other,
I think
your
so.
Professional judgment, you believe
I think
it's.
so. I think there would be enough market, enough folks in the market that would, consider it, suitable to what they would like to buy. Yeah.
Okay.
May I throw
A
something?
follow-up to that question.
Yes, sir.
Would you say the same thing about the one house that the objector referred to, but is not included in your sales comparison, 17 Oak Parkway?
Let me look it up.
Yes, she circled that on exhibit number 1, committee members.
So this one is a ranch house. So this one only has 1,300 square feet above grade.
17, Dave, you're talking about?
Correct. 17 Oak Parkway.
Hers says a total assessed value of $508,700, 2-story, 2,300 square feet, 1,900 above grade. The taxpayer had put an arrow by that one and circled it for our attention.
Because unlike those that are in your sales comparison, this one, if I'm inferring correctly from the document that the objector provided, this one is assessed at a level below sale price in a way that your comparisons are not. And I wonder if that's a
Dave,
result
flush
of...
that out a little bit more. What are you saying?
When I look at the assessor's office document with 3 comparisons,
Yes, sir.
the comparable values given those 3 properties are all well above the sale price. And I wonder if you'd say the same thing about and we just don't have that number. You didn't include it in your comparison, but I guess my question is, what if you had? Would it support your...
17 Oak Parkway? 17 Oak Parkway?
Yes.
That wasn't a sale. Looks like that one was built by the owners in 2014.
If it was included in a comp.
In a comp report, would that support our value? Is that what you're asking?
Okay.
That's tough to say. I mean,
Because it's another, it's built the same way.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if we included that in our comp report, would the adjustment to that? I see what you're saying. I can look real quick. Hang on. Should be able to add it relatively quickly. Since 17 Parkway. Hang on a second. Oh, it's not.
Although that's an hypothetical question posed
Sure,
to
sure,
them,
go ahead.
if I may,
Yes,
it
sir.
doesn't fall into the categories of the property that would qualify for the comparison in particular. So him being able to provide, because he would still have to add a net adjustment to that property to be able to give you an actual evaluation of that property. So we are not giving him the due process to be able to provide that information at this time.
And correspondingly, it's not a sale, so we don't have, there's no sale data behind it, it's just assessment data. So, you know, if you were to, we don't have the capability to say, well, let's, you know, compare apples to apples in that case, just because they're different, that different, and there's no sale.
Okay, so I'm going to give Brandy, go ahead. Why don't you give us kind of one more question or whatever, and then we're going to make a decision here. If you have anything else you'd like to add, or
One of your questions was sales appeal. In the over 55 downsized condo market, anything that's 2 stories is less appealing than ranches. I can't tell you how many times our neighbors in Cap Heights have said, I wouldn't want to do those stairs. I just can't believe you're doing this. Well, on the other hand, my husband and I are doing pretty well for our age, so you know, I guess there's some pluses.
very much are, yes.
But I don't believe our home would sell to somebody who is a typical Cap Heights buyer because of the 2 stories and there's 5 sets of stairs in that place. But anyway.
Okay, all right. We got to make some decisions here. I guess, Chris, last piece is you and Trent's arguments based on recent sales, square footage. This number just seems like it stands out to me a little bit when you look at the other Dane County numbers, but I'm trusting your professional judgment because that's the premise I come from when I sit on this board. I'm struggling a little bit, but I can understand, and I want to be respectful of the whole process here, but I guess I'm looking for some direction here from committee members. I mean, I think
Chris,
yes.
if I may, just one question for
Of course.
Chris and Trent. Would you classify this property as an outlier in the neighborhood? And would you be classifying it as that based on what? The style definition?
That's correct. Yeah, it's in this neighborhood, it's the only split level style home that we have. And that, which is why it probably stands out more than others, because again, it kind of comes back to that square footage. That's the kind of appeal of a split level home, is that it kind of affords, you know, an increased above grade square footage. And obviously, you know, like I said, it's a unique property. I do think it's an outlier in this neighborhood.
But not in a way that any longer reduces its value, since for several years in the past, the assessor's office has eliminated the decrease for the split level style worth, what, 5%, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look back, there's been kind of some ongoing, you know, there's been open book appointments, and most recently, back in 2022, and I wasn't here at that time, but yeah, I think it's correctly listed as a split level style home by what, you know, we've talked about. I haven't, of course, been and walked through it myself, But again, based on what I know about it, I would say it's listed correctly at this point.
Mark?
Chairman Pfaff, I hear you're saying with how it appears like an outlier, but I think the biggest difference is that above grade finish, and I think that's what it all comes back to. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to uphold the city assessor's valuation of 13 Oak Parkway.
Motion by Fairchild, second.
I would like to second the motion.
Second by O'Toole. Is there any discussion? All in favor of agreeing with the assessor's opinion of the property at 13 Oak Parkway of $635,900, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Thank you. Ma'am, I need to read something into the record here. And where did I set that sheet of paper, please? Okay, right here. Thank you for coming. And I'm going to direct our clerk, Tracy Oleberg, to provide, for that. After deliberations are complete, I call for a motion, and I'm going to just read the record. The value for 13 Oak Park Way is $635,900. Thank you for coming, and I'm going to direct our clerk, Tracy, to provide you with a determination form. And if you are not satisfied with the Board of Review's decisions, there are appeal options available listed at the bottom of the determination form. Thank you, and Tracy, if you would talk to Ms. Hofer, and the committee will take a short break and before we progress with the second half of the agenda. Thank you. Hour of 12 noon has arrived. We'll reconvene the City of Fitchburg's Board of Review on Tuesday, August 20th, 2024. At this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to amend the agenda to take up item 4E.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor of changing the agenda to move up to item 4E at this time? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. This time we're going to take up item 4E, which is the hearing on the Kai and Gregorich property of 2907 Mizuna Drive, parcel number 0609-121-0321-2. I'm going to defer to our clerk and then maybe to our assessing department with some news on this property.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to defer to Chris Leitz, our city assessor on this.
Thank you. Chris, fire away.
Sure. Thank you. So on this one, what we have before the board is a stipulated agreement to an updated value. So a little kind of background on this one. The property owner had submitted their Board of Review objection, and after they had submitted that in kind of researching what some of the differences were between, or what some of their issues were with the property, we discovered an error in listing the style incorrectly on the property, which resulted in not artificially high, but a value that was too high. So I worked with the property owner, changed the style to what the correct style was, changed it from, I believe it was custom to colonial, which is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood, which resulted in a lowered value to $486,900. The property owner was in agreement with that, so I have a signed copy of a stipulated value agreement between myself and the property owner, so I would request that the board accept this stipulated value.
Okay, we'll make a motion. I just have a quick question for you, Chris.
Sure.
Is this, you have wonderful staff, with just operator error, or was this something that was in the file that had been there for a while?
So it was something that was an operator error. I think it was something that, it's a relatively new construction in Terra Vesta.
Cool. Yep.
And so in looking at it, I think this was the only house on this street that had that style listed.
So just one toggle was clicked wrong or
Yeah,
something?
had to change it. Again, it gets us to $486,900. It's right around where the property owner's opinion of value was. They just brought it to our attention. We're unfortunately not perfect, but so we rely on the property owners a little bit to,
well, good for them.
To double check
good
us.
For them.
So
good for you. Process works. Dave, why don't you make a motion to accept the stipulation of item 4E, if you wouldn't mind.
I move that the stipulation agreed upon between the assessor's office and the objector be accepted that the assessed value of Terravesa, second edition, lot 257, tax number or parcel number 0609-121-03212 for $486,900 be accepted.
Fairchild, second.
And those are the correct numbers, right, Chris?
Yeah, could you repeat the value again, just so I'm,
486,900.
bingo.
Second by Fairchild. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Is occurred. Pass. Yes, sir. A little process here. Okay. I'm going to have Carol pass this down to the clerk, if you would. Okay, just we're going to come back to 4D at some point potentially, folks, but now we're going to move on to a new part of the agenda here. Item 5A, a subpoena compliance review and possible consideration of waiver requests for Von Briesen and Roper, S.C. Allen Markovitz. Item 5A, Van Briesen and Roper, S.C. Allen Markovitz. Fairways Apartment LLC, parcel 0609 032-9125-2. And Chris, am I okay to read these all together or separate them out?
Yeah, I would say, the testimony is going to be the same for all of them, so
I'm going to read
if
them
you
all.
read them all on the record, that'd be fine.
Okay, I'm going to read them all on the record now. I'm going to continue. Number 2 under 4A, Fairways Apartment LLC, parcel 0609-032-9200-2. Fairways Apartment LLC, parcel 0609-032-9650-2. Fitchburg Pines Apartment LLC, parcel 0609-033-8500-0. And I'm now going to turn it over to City Assessor Leeds.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So if you'll recall, at the meeting, one of the meetings last month, this board approved subpoenas on a number of properties, these ones among them. That was issued and sufficiently complied with on behalf of the property owner's agent. We received all necessary information. At this time, we would request sorry, let me back up. The subpoena has been sufficiently complied with, and we would additionally request a waiver on this parcel, or these parcels as read into the record. The basis for that being is that they're currently already pending in circuit court. For context, I reached out to the opposing counsel on these yesterday and received an email back from them stating that this is to confirm that we understand that the board, either on its own motion or the city's motion, will waive the hearing concerning the following properties, the ones that were already read into record. So the general consensus between both our position and opposing legal counsel is that these have been sufficiently complied with, and we would request a waiver, and it's agreed upon by both parties to move it through to circuit court, because that's where 2023 assessment currently sits as it is now.
Okay, so we're going to get a motion soon, but the question I have for you is, if a motion passes, this committee then more or less loses control of these properties. It goes on to the next level.
Exactly.
Okay, so this is the last time this committee will see these properties.
For this year.
For
Yes.
this year.
So if acted upon, if the waiver request is approved, as we've kind of done in the past with some of these properties, it goes on to circuit court where last year's assessment already sits. So the assumption is that it would end up there anyway.
So it's going on to the next phase this year. Correct. So you want a motion to accept the waiver? What's the wording you would like?
Let's see. I would, move that. Tracy's probably better with these.
Sure, I can help.
There's going to be a motion by pool, so read fire away, Tracy.
If somebody could make a motion to accept the waiver request and then read the parcel numbers into the record.
Tracy, hold on one second, Carol. Would you like them all together, guys, or you want them separate?
My recommendation would be to do the Fairways ones probably on their own, and then do the Pines ones.
Okay, so
that's
Carol,
how I have the
two
waivers
motions.
written.
Go ahead, Carol. Yeah. So, yep, right here.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep, there's three, and then Pines will be separate.
Yep, got it. That's
So
what
stay
I was
tuned,
just
guys.
making sure. So I would move approval to accept the waiver request for Von Briesen and Roper SC, Agent Ellen Markovitz, for Fairways Apartments LLC, parcel 0609-032-9650-2, 9125-2 for Fairways Apartments LLC, parcel 0609-032-9200-2, and Fairways Apartments LLC, parcel 0609-032-9650-2.
Sliker, second.
Is there any discussion based on what Assessor Leeds said? For this year, these properties will move on to a different phase of this process. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Carol.
Thank you, Sean.
Of
I
course.
move approval to accept a waiver request for Von Briesen and Roper SC, agent Alan Markowitz, for Fitchburg Pines Apartments LLC, parcel 0609-033-08500-0.
Fairchild, second.
Any discussion?
You added another 0 in there, in that parcel number.
Okay. So,
I'll restate it for
Yes,
the
please.
record. 0609-033-8500-0.
thank you. Second by Fairchild. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
I'll need signed copies of that.
Yes, sir. Come on up. I can sign whatever you need. Okay. I might as well. And you need me right where? Right here? And, okay. Yes, sir. And it's the 20th today, Tracy? That's correct. Okay, thank you. Okay. You bet, sir. This one here, Chris, you gave me is High Ridge Trail. I'm just holding off on that one for now, right? Or no? No. You're correct.
Yeah, it should be Pines, I think, right?
Okay.
What's the parcel, parcel number?
Parcel number is-
033-8500.
I gotta double check to see where that is on here. No, this is a different one. This one is related to High Ridge Trail.
Oh, I see, that's the.
Yep. No problem.
So this is the, no, yeah, this is the Pines. This is
Okay.
the second one.
All right. So I sign those 3. All right. Just be patient, guys. Thank you. There you go, Chris. Right here you go, sir. You betcha. There you go, sir. Okay. Okay. Tracy, you good over there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, of course. Item number 6A, subpoena compliance review and possible consideration of waiver requests for Limerick, Fitchburg. Chris, what are we doing here?
Sure. So this one, again, was subpoenaed last month. This is a rent-controlled, subsidized property down on Lacey Road a ways. This was one that we had worked quite a bit on with the property owners' representatives. As I said, subsidized properties are often challenging. There's a lot of data that we need to review with these. Nevertheless, we got sufficient compliance with that subpoena. They were very helpful in trying to get to the correct value on this. Similar to the Mizuna property we just talked about, that information that was subpoenaed led to a reduction in value that was supported by that subpoenaed evidence, and the property owner was in agreement on. So we would propose on this one, I would request that the board accept the stipulated values as agreed upon by both the assessing office as well as the property owners. I have a signed copy of the stipulation agreement that was drafted. Would put the property values for as follows. So parcel 060911440602 would be reduced from from $10,147,800 down to $9,853,400. And then the assessment for parcel 060911440502 to from $3,667,600 down to $2,660,400.
2,600,000 what?
$2,660,400.
And Chris, what is the motion we're making here?
So the motion that I would recommend would be to accept the stipulated agreed upon value based on, I suppose, information that was received pursuant to subpoena. One thing that I would note is that the property owner as well as myself are in agreement on this value. They've signed off on it, further requiring no further action by the board.
Okay, so Chair Paff will make the following motion. Motion to agree on the stipulated agreement between the City Assessing Department and the property owners for two properties at Limerick, Fitchburg. And those properties are parcel 0609114405-2, the new value to be $2,660,400.
Correct, and there's one more, the other parcel as well.
And the second part of the motion will be to accept Limerick parcel 0609-114-4060-2 for the new agreed value of $9,853,400.
Slager, second.
Seconded by Slager. And as the assessor just said, this would take care of these properties through this process. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
May I ask
Yes.
for an opportunity for
course.
discussion?
Yes, sir.
Chris, just as in the case of the last residential objection that we considered, for which you had presented a stipulated agreement, here one of the properties is reduced, the estimate of value for, the assessed value for one of the properties is reduced to a level below that which the objector had opined it was worth. The 4050-2 went from 3,667 to 2,660,000, where the objector had stated their opinion of the assessed value is 2,000,009. A bigger difference than there was in that residential case where it went from custom to colonial or two-story.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how it happens that it's even
Sure.
lower than their opinion?
Yes, so the way that I approach the calculation, case law requires that we value subsidized housing based on actual income and expenses that are provided to us. I think they were and we both look at this as one economic unit. So when they provide us income and expense, it shakes out to, they look at both parcels and lump them in together in their income and expenses. So that's kind of how we did it. I looked at the top line number, looked at income and expenses, and got to what the per unit value should be of the entire project, and then apportioned it that way.
Okay.
Chris, this is not an uncommon practice. You guys work this out and find things.
No, we've done it on a number of properties in the past. Typically, it happens as kind of pursuant to the subpoena because there's particularly with subsidized housing, there's a lot of there's a lot of numbers involved. So,
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And the lumping together of the two parcels for the process of coming up with a per unit value is standard practice?
Yeah, there's a number of apartment complexes that are done the same way.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Agenda item number 7A, subpoena compliance. Hold on one sec. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Montalvo? No, not at this time, but we can continue on with 7 and 8. if the
Okay,
chair
we'll move.
decides.
No problem. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 7, 7A. Subpoena compliance review and possible consideration of a waiver request for Foley and Lardner LLP, Eric Hatchell. In front of us is Foley and Lardner LLP, Eric Hatchell. Chris, I'm going to read all the properties in the record, and then you can delineate them out how you'd so choose.
Certainly.
So we are considering a subpoena compliance review and possible consideration of a waiver for the following properties. Belmar Apartment Homes LLC, parcel 0609-052-2259-3. Belmar Apartments Homes 3 LLC, parcel 0609-052-2331-4. Belmar Apartments LLC, parcel 0609-052-2353-8. Belmar Apartments LLC, parcel 0609-052-2364-5. And Chalet Gardens LLC, parcel 0609-052-8720-1. Assessor Leeds.
Sure. Thank you. So again, we on this one the board granted subpoena or issued subpoenas on the aforementioned parcels. Through that, we received great information from the property owner, and the subpoenas were fully complied with. At this point, we would I bring to the board some waiver requests for each parcels. We would request that the board waive these onto the next stage. I spoke with attorney Eric Hatchell this morning briefly, had a brief discussion, and they are accepting of the waiver request as well. So this represents a pretty high value apartment property to the tune of somewhere around $20 million. They've at the request, and I spoke with Amy Seibel, our attorney, who has suggested that these be waived as well. So we would request that the board waive these onto the next level.
Okay, Mr. Fairchild, do you want to go for it here?
Sure. By the recommendation of Assessor Leeds, would like to make a motion to grant the waiver requests for the following 5 parcels. Belmar Apartment Homes, parcel number 0609-052-2259-3. Second parcel, Belmar Apartment Homes 3 LLC, parcel 0609-052-2331-4. Third parcel, Belmar Apartment Homes LLC, parcel number 0609-052-2353-8. Fourth parcel, Belmar Apartment Homes LLC, number 0609-052-2364-5. And finally, Chalet Gardens LLC, parcel 0609-052-8720-1.
Second by O'Toole.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Chris, we all good here?
You're all good.
Okay.
If you vote for it, I suppose.
Any discussion at all? All wrapped in one motion? All those in favor of a subpoena compliance review and waiver request for the properties as in the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Ayes have it. Continue on. I'm going to sign for a little bit here. Yeah. Okay. Cooking with gas here. All right. Now at this time, we'll move on to agenda item 8A, subpoena compliance review and possible consideration waiver request for Reinhardt, Rayner, Van Duren, SC Don Millis, and the following properties: 8A Reinhardt, Rayner, Van Duren, SC Don Millis. Those properties are Riva Vest LLC parcel 0609-114-2484-2, Vista Apartments LLC parcel 0609-114-2716-2, Prima Vista LLC parcel 0609-114-3708-2, Osprey Apartments LLC parcel 0609-114-48-282-2, FTC Retail East LLC parcel 0609-152-3054-2, FTC Retail West LLC parcel 0609-152-3092-2, Turnberry Apartments LLC parcel 0609-152-4264-2, Franklin Square Condos LLC parcel 0609-031-2086-7, Franklin Square Condos LLC parcel 0609-031-2273-0, Valley View LLC parcel 0609-031-5718-2, Hatchery Hill 3 LLC parcel 0609-033-419-41913-3, Hatchery Hill 3 LLC parcel 0609-033-4226-1, Fred Elon LLC parcel 0609-182-2505-2, Hy-Vee Inc. parcel 0609-072-0015-2. Attorney or Assessor Leitz, what are we doing here?
Sure. So there's kind of maybe two motions probably to be had here. Yep. So on all of these, for the subpoena compliance review, all of the parcels aforementioned were sufficiently complied with pursuant to subpoena. They supplied us with all the information that was necessary. And at this point, we don't have any concerns with subpoena compliance on those. As such, we would request a waiver on, or we would agree to the waiver on all but one. One of them we came to a lower value after reviewing further subpoenaed information. So I would say all except for Riva Retail, or sorry, FTC Retail West could be, you could approve the waiver at this point. And then for FTC Retail West, we came to a stipulated value agreed upon by both our side, and then the opposing counsel has signed off on it. And so with that being said, we would we've got an agreed upon stipulated value, and they have also submitted an amended request for waiver with that new value on it. So that, if you want to start with everything.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion by Path. A motion to accept the stipulated value as agreed upon by the city and the property owner for parcel FTC Retail West LLC, parcel 0609-152-3092-2, and accept a waiver for that?
Yes, and the stipulated value goes from $2,519,300 down to $1,757,400 based on the income and expenses that were provided by the property owner.
Okay, so the value agreed upon in the stipulated value is $1,757,400 as agreed upon by the city and the property owner for FTC Retail West LLC, parcel 0609-152-3092-2.
Second. Can you repeat that value? Because I think you might have said thousand instead of million.
$1,757,400. Thank you, Andrew. Second by Carlson. Before we vote on this, Chris, what happens to this property now? It's done from the books.
Yeah, so it's done in board. All of these properties under this agenda item, with the exception of Hy-Vee, are already pending in circuit court.
Okay.
So.
All those in favor of accepting the stipulated value of Retail West LLC, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay. You betcha. Okay. Okay, so there's this, JC. Here's this. I've had this fancy pen all summer. I don't want to lose it, so. I think I maybe stole it from you at some point, Tracy. I don't know. And then, Andrew, I'm approving this, right? Check the box. All right, it's Chris. I'm sorry. Carol, back to back. Look at you. Now you got to go home and. Right, so we're not going to read, we have to approve one more motion, right, Chris?
Yes, I believe so.
So the motion is, we won't reread all the properties. The motion would be for subpoena compliance review and waiver request for all the properties in 8A except for FTC Retail West LLC.
Correct. Yeah,
Correct.
Those were all filed by Reinhardt. So I think, yeah, I don't know if we need to read the parcel numbers again, Tracy, or not, but.
Probably not. I mean, people.
Further, I'd read them.
All right, Mark, why don't you run through it again for you?
Sure. Can I get clarification? Would you like me to read in the sub parcels that are included on the actual objections as well? Because there's going to be a bunch more.
Chris, let's make sure we cover all bases. So go for it. We can sit through this. We're cooking with gas here. Mark's well spoken. So just sit back and enjoy.
We'll certainly try. Which one did we just do? Was that this one?
I'll catch. Yeah, eliminate that.
That one. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, bear with me. Motion to grant all the waiver requests for Reinhardt, Boner, Van Duren, starting with Vista Apartments LLC, parcel number 0609-114-2716-2. Prima Vista LLC, parcel number 0609-114-3708-2. That also includes parcels 0609-114-3716-2. Additionally, includes 0609-114-3724-2 and 069-114-3750-2. Not this, maybe this one too. That's what you just did. No, it's included in there. Sorry. Yeah, so Osprey. Osprey Apartments LLC, parcel number 069-114-48282-2. FTC Real Estate East LLC, 0609-152-3054-2. FTC Retail, nope, that's the one we skipped, sorry. I'm on a roller. Turnberry Apartments LLC, 0609-152-4264-2. Franklin Square Condos LLC, parcel number 0609-031-2086-7. Franklin Square Condominiums LLC, parcel number 0609-031-2273-0. Valley View LLC, parcel number 0609-031-5718-2. Hatchery Hill 3 LLC, parcel number 0609-033-4191-3. Hatchery Hill 3 LLC, parcel number 0609-033-4226-1. Fred Elon LLC, parcel number 0609-182-2505-2. And I am including this one? Okay. Yeah. And finally, Hy-Vee Inc., parcel number 0609-072-0015-2.
And from the very top, I might have missed.
That was the one that I pulled out the wrong one. One more, I apologize, going back to the top here. Riva West LLC, and this includes subparticles of 0609-114-2484-2, including parcels 0609-114-3532-2, parcel 0609-114-3543-2, parcel 0609-114-2525-2, parcel number 0609-114-2600-2, and finally, parcel 0609-114-3625-2.
Second by Poole.
Pool. Okay. Everybody follow what we're doing here. Chris, one more time, what are we doing here?
Accepting the waiver requests as presented by the property owner's agent. These properties are all pending in circuit court currently. They've sufficiently complied with their subpoena, so we feel we're in agreement.
And they've all been read into the record?
Yes.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. All right, let's just take 2 minutes, let me catch my breath and sign these, and then we're going to walk through the last bit of this journey. All right. Okay. I'm ask you to hand those down, Carol. Okay, that gets us now to, I'm going to jump back up, folks, to item 4D. I'm going to ask a status update from the clerk of where Mr. Garrett Montalvo is of 4836 Irish Lane.
Thank you, Chair. Back on July 28th, I had sent out a notice of appearance before the Board of Review, letting Mr. Montalvo know that his hearing was scheduled for today at 11 a.m. I did receive a email back from him on 8/12 at 10:22. Oh, and for the record, I do have that the email was delivered at 11:22 a.m. on 7/28/2024. And I do have an email back from him stating that unfortunately he has commitments at work and will be unable to attend at this time. Is it possible to reschedule the appearance? Alternatively, I can write up a proposal of what I plan to present and can send that in for review if that is an option. Apologies for the inconvenience, but I'm happy to work something else out if you don't give me a few options. At that point, I did reach out to Mr. Montalvo by phone, explaining to him that it's by sworn oral testimony, so he, does need to be present. If he couldn't make his 11 o'clock appearance, today was the day that the board was meeting. If he could get here as soon as we could, the board could decide to either amend the agenda and take up other action until he could make it to the hearing today. But I assured him that I didn't know what the board would do based on what time he was able to arrive. He thought he would be done with his commitment by noon and could be here shortly thereafter. So before you have a decision to make. I don't know if you can either decide to meet at a later date, or we have our city attorney here that can help us through this process.
So I guess before we get to the city attorney, Tracy, we followed the protocol, let him know when his scheduled time was, plenty of notice, and then he said he couldn't make it. You confirmed he had to do it in person and told us when we are meeting. So communication has occurred, and my point is the clerk has received some communication back from this property owner, so he is aware of what's happening. Okay, Attorney Valerie, please.
Thank you very much. So I think before the board is a decision, if you wish to adjourn this to a later date, I think that is within your discretion. Certainly, I don't think you're required to do so. The other option would be to proceed to evaluation hearing presently. The assessor is here, and he could testify to the value and how it was arrived at, and the board can make its decision at that time based on the testimony that is presented.
Okay. So we do have scheduled for Monday, August 26th is one last date. Her point is fantastic, but I want to just hold it there for a second. This is the only thing hanging for this committee left to do, correct? There's no other.
That is correct. That's the last.
So one way or another, what we decide on this committee will complete its work. Mr. Maltavo is the last agenda item for this committee for the year.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. We have scheduled for Monday. We have not confirmed with the property owner that he is available at all. The property owner was given 11 a.m. today, 3 weeks ago. Was he given that date, 11 a.m. 3 weeks ago? 27th?
That's correct, on July 28th at 11:22, and he did respond to that he would not be able to make it, and then the rest was based on a conversation I had with him over the phone,
Correct.
letting him know that
Right.
we could amend the agenda, take up other action prior to his arrival, and if he could get here as soon as possible, he would do the best that he could.
And you've informed him that it has to be an in-person appearance, or it could be over the phone? Is that correct or no?
Sworn oral testimony, yes.
So a phone would have worked?
Correct.
And we do not have a phone number for him?
His phone number is.
There is one
I do
on
have
the
a phone
objection.
number for him if you want to
I would like
recess, I
to-
could try to reach out.
Committee will take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
And I would just, once you're on the record, just state that you were able to reach the property
Correct.
owner by phone and.
Okay, committee reconvenes at 1 p.m. on August 20th, the Board of Review. We are going to meet again here at 1:30 p.m. or so to take up item 4D, property owner Garrett Montalvo of 4836 Irish Lane. So the committee stands in recess until approximately 1:30-ish. Thank you. Okay, the hour of 1:30 is here. We reconvene the Fitchburg Board of Review meeting on Tuesday, August 20th, 2024. We are going to now, folks, take up agenda item 4D. That is the public hearing of the property owner Garrett Montalvo of 4836 Irish Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. At this time, I would ask everyone in the attendance to silence their cell phones. Make sure that's me as well. And I would, excuse me one second, I'm going to do that. Silence yourself. Confirm. Garrett, are you the owner or the authorized agent of the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm now going to defer to my colleague, the city clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to swear you and the assessing department in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Garrett Montalvo, 4836 Irish Lane, Fitchburg, 53711.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take action on the property 4836 Irish Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711, the owner Garrett Montalvo, and the property ID is 0609-134-9340-0, and the property owner's opinion of the assessed property is $351,400. $351,400 is the property owner's assessed value opinion. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome the presumption, Garrett, you need to present sworn oral testimony providing that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards, which is us, standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. 2, the sales of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value, income approach for income producing properties and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there's not an active market. This does not include comparison to your property unless to your neighbor's property unless it recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record. Do you have anything to share with us for the record?
Exhibits? No, just my
you.
testimony.
If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraiser. You do not have an appraiser with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Garrett, we usually give you as the property owner about 10 minutes or take as time as you need. And one more time, please state your name and full address for the record and what your opinion is the fair market value of your property, and begin your testimony.
Sure. So my name is Garrett Montalvo, 4836 Irish Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. And the value of the property was $341,000.
$351,400.
$351,400.
Is what
yes.
you had on here. Does
yes,
that sound
yep,
correct?
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, sir, 10 minutes.
Perfect. Yes. 10 minutes will be great. First, thanks everyone for your flexibility and patience today. I really appreciate it. So the valuation on my house for this last tax year, I'm disputing based on a few different facts. We purchased the house in December 2022, and that was at a purchase price of $406,000. The next spring, we had an assessor come by and take a look at some of the, do a walkthrough, look at the backyard, the normal review there, and we had the adjustment to our taxes for that 2023 tax year. The first argument I'm making is that the valuation for the 2023 tax year should be our go-forward valuation. So basically, my request is just tossing out this most recent assessment. The reason the first reason for that is because of the systems of the house. I noticed the effective build year, which I understand is a calculation and can be sometimes complex and not super accurate. The effective build year we used was 1995. In my opinion, the systems of the house still have supplies and pieces of it that are much, much older, that are making it a little bit harder to maintain. So the improvements that were made to the house in 2022 was a lot of things that you can see about the house. So the roof and the windows, which are great improvements, but also the siding, flooring, paint, some of the interior stuff that looks a little bit better. Some issues we've had with the house in terms of systems. The summer after we purchased the house, we had to replace our septic system. It was basically non-functional based on a couple pieces of advice that we received. Problems we're still having with the house are some of the HVAC systems aren't working great. It's a 1.5-story house, and the air doesn't really get to that second floor too well. We had to put in some filtration systems on our water. A lot of the plumbing, HVAC, electrical, even our foundation. It's definitely been a rainy year for us, and we have noticed that with some of the leaks in our basement, which we're still kind of taking a look at. Some of those foundational core pieces of the house, I don't think were accurately put into that assessment in 2023, which is why if I was here last year, I would be arguing for a lower valuation. But given we've made some changes to the property in the last year that have kind of kept up with that, I'm proposing to use that 2023 valuation. I also did take a quick look at some of the other properties, some of the similar properties that were sold from last year. I kind of kept it high level, looking at some of the square footage, some of the stories, the effective build year. I can give a couple examples of the properties if that would be helpful, but basically the properties that I was comparing to maybe an effective build date of 1975 instead of 1995, given the same number of stories, same number of square footage. The dollars per square foot, in my opinion, lined up a lot better with those properties from 1965, 1975 than they did the 1995 comparison. So again, for both of those reasons, the systems of the house are pretty old, and then we had the recent purchase price, or the recent purchase in 2022. I still think that's a good value. That's why I'm arguing that the recent increase for the value of the house just be tossed on.
What was the purchase price again?
$406,000.
Okay. Chris, first of all, any questions for Garrett on his testimony? Okay, Chris, floor is yours. Thank you. The clerk will record this as Assessor Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Chair.
Garrett, you have a copy?
Yes.
Okay, great. Chris, whenever you're ready.
Sure. All right, thank you. My name is Chris Leitz. I'm City Assessor here for the City of Fitchburg. Provided the board an objector with written information on the assessment that I'll kind of go over here. The first page on the document I provided is going to be the objector's objection form as submitted to the clerk. Following that is a kind of 3-page little overview of a few things. The first section is going to be some kind of relevant information about myself. As I mentioned, my name is Chris Leitz. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department as the City Assessor. I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires on May 31st, 2028, and an Assessor 3 certification, which expires on January 31st, 2025. I'm current with all required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field for over 8 years now. Worked for the City of Fitchburg now since January 2023. Prior to that, spent 6.5 years at the City of Janesville Assessor's Office, where I started as a Property Appraiser 1 in June 2016 until September 2019, at which point I was a Property Appraiser 2 from September 2019 to February 2021, and then most recently as the Deputy City Assessor down there from February 2021 to January 2023. While I was there, I was heavily responsible for valuing residential, commercial, agricultural, and personal property. In the appeals process, I was heavily involved in open book board review and post-board review appeals in circuit court. My educational background, I have a Bachelor of Arts in Urban Suburban Geography from UW-Whitewater with a certification in GIS and a minor in philosophy. I currently serve on the Legislative Committee of the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers and routinely attend quarterly meetings and classes put on by the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. Additionally, I've attended a number of classes from the International Association of Assessing Officers, ranging from residential and commercial valuation to up to assessment administration. I've attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2016, and most recently have attended Board of Review training in 2017 and 2021. Following that, Section 2 states that the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose of the assessment is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of the property, as of January 1st, 2024. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. Valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows that the property is a 1.5-story residential property located in our rural residential neighborhood on the city's east side. The second page shows that shows building permit history and then sales history. Note that the most recent sale of the subject property in December was in December 2022 for $406,000. This was an arm's length sale. On the third and fourth page, you'll find the notes section indicating that the property was last inspected in March 2023. There was not a 2024 open book appointment. Land information follows that. The lot is 0.459 acres, just under half an acre lot, valued at $80,000. On the fifth page of the record card, notes that the structure is a Cape Cod style residence, 1.5 stories in height, containing 1,638 square feet of living space, built in 1955 with an effective year built of 1995, which reflects the significant remodeling that took place prior to the sale. It involved kitchen remodel, bath remodels, among other things. It's a construction and quality grade C+ property. Its overall condition and desirability and usefulness is rated as very good. There is other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. The sixth page of the record, or the property record card, is a sketch. The next couple pages in the document are the market valuation detail, which summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. This model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. The next page is a sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2022, all in, I believe, in rural residential neighborhood, but I'll double check. The addresses of those sales properties are 2293 South Cyene Road, 2287 South Cyene Road, and 2428 County Highway MM. The sale dates range from July to September 2022, and sales prices range from $276,000 to $360,000. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are all one-story ranch or one-story with an attic homes. Subject and sales gross living areas range between 1,076 and 1,638 square feet. Effective year builds range from 1970 to 1995. Other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. The year built of all properties ranges from 1955 to 1960. The properties are all grade C or C+, and all have gone through recent remodels. The report adjusts the sales price for differences such as lot, building attributes, age, condition, market location, and any detached structures. The adjusted sales prices range from $408,300 up to $459,900. The adjusted sales price of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the current assessed value of $413,900 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2024. In summary, there is a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property. It was in December of 2022, which is a year before the current assessment date. In that time, residential real estate values continued to increase, which is why our current assessed value represents, or is a little higher, represents the market appreciation that took place between the sale date and then our current assessment date. We completed both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the citizens of the city. Based on the testimony provided today, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct and would respectfully request that the board sustain the assessment as presented. So thank you. If I have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Yeah, Garrett, at this time, I'm going to give you the opportunity if you want to ask the assessor any questions at all.
I only had one very quick question. We had My property, 4836 Irish Lane, square footage was just over 1,600. In my review, I just had it just over 1,400. I was wondering if we are counting how that 1,600 is determined. The half story was at 702 and the first was 936.
Yeah, hang on.
But I think on my last paper, and I could be mistaken. I thought on my last handout that I got it was 1,400.
Where are you seeing that?
Just one moment. So this is a 2014 property record for City of Fitchburg, Dane County. Can I run this over to you?
Sure, yeah.
What's the question, I guess I'm trying to figure out here? Chris, if you could kind of
This is
tell us
Mr.
what
Chair,
he's...
I believe it's just discrepancy in the total size. It's being appraised from year to year.
Okay.
my valuation was based on price per square foot.
Your number says what?
Just over 1,400.
And what did the city have?
Over 1,600.
Yeah, so
What were the years of those, though?
Hold on, let's give Chris just one chance. Mark, hold that thought. We're just going to let
So I
Chris...
think I see partly what the issue is. I think, let me do the math quick, hang on.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, so half story, there's half story and attic. These can get a little confusing. This is valued as half story. It shows up in the area as 468 square feet, which is 936 square feet, which is the first floor square footage, divided by 2. I think that's how the system defaults. Half story gets valued at 75% of the total footprint area. So in this case, you can see, if you look at the sketch on page 6 of the property record card, the footprint for the first floor and the half story are identical. But the system, for whatever reason, defaults to cutting it in half. I mean, I guess I understand why, because half story sounds like it should be valued at half. Attic square footage gets valued at exactly half of the livable square footage. Half story gets valued at 75% of that total footprint square footage. So if you take 936 multiplied by 75%, you get to that 702. So there is 702 square feet of livable square footage for valuation purposes up there. Like I said, attic square footage it gets valued at half the rate. Half story gets valued at 75% of the rate of the total footprint.
So where would that 1,400 number?
Is that the delta of that 200? That
Yeah, so if you
900
take,
minus that 700?
exactly.
Okay.
So if you take 936 plus 468, you get to 1,400.
Oh,
so it's just a
got it.
miscalculation.
Garrett, do you follow along on that or understand where the assessing department came up with that number?
Yes, very interesting. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Garrett, any other questions for Mr. Leeds?
Nope.
Chris, do you have any questions for the homeowner?
I guess my one question would be, so you purchased it for $406,000 December of 2022. Do you feel that the value has decreased between the purchase price and the assessment date?
I feel like the purchase price that I paid for it, knowing now some of the improvements that I need to put into it. I know all houses have some improvements, but some of the big major items, I feel like I might not have paid that if going through it a second time. I don't know if I'd say the value is decreased, but some of that surprising stuff, I feel like negatively impacts the value of the house if I would try to sell it today.
Okay.
All right.
No further questions.
Okay, I have a question for you, Garrett.
Yes.
I wanted you to walk me through, for what it's worth, it's your choice. I wish you would have had a handouts or something so you could have showed us what you talked in the front end, but that's your call.
Sure.
How did you come up with this $351,400?
That was the valuation used for the 2023 assessment.
So in 1 year, your assessment went from $351,400 to $413,900.
Yes, 2023 to 2024. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's thus the reason you're here.
Yep, yep.
Okay, so I guess the onus on you, if I reread the state statute, I'm going to do that for the record, just so I make sure I understand. Hold on one second. I guess the presumption of correctness that Wisconsin has ruled that to overcome the presumption, you need to present sworn oath to the assessor error to determine the total value under appeal. Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us. Do you have any subject sale properties that you could share with us that show that your property is overassessed? Or do you have a reasonable comparable property or an arm's length sale of one of those that you could share?
Sure, so I can share what I use to compare the price per square foot to recent transactions that happened in 2023.
Please.
The first one I think would be good to look at is 2314 Tulare Street. This came from, Chris had provided some information to me over email over the last year of some of these houses.
Chris, I'm sure you have these properties in your computer, right? 2314 Tulare. Okay. What did that sell for?
So the sale price, so I have the 2024 tax appraised as of access date, and the improvements valuation for that property was $271,200.
And what's the land?
If you give me a moment, I'll pull up land.
And I guess my question is what he's looking at. Do we usually have a half a mile factor we use for comps usually, Chris, or not?
Not necessarily with these ones. We'd look for geographic proximity first and foremost. This property, being that it is, gone through a significant remodel, to my knowledge, down to the studs, basically.
Where is Tulare Street again? I should know.
It's a good question. I don't know if, off the top of my head. 232. Should be in the same ballpark.
While he's finding that out, Garrett, how close is this home to the railroad tracks? Just curious.
My property?
Yeah.
No.
On the other side of 18.
Yeah, it's on the other side of 18, so I passed the tracks.
So quite a ways then.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So this is a little ways down Sain, in kind of more of a subdivision.
Yep. Yep.
So the Tulare Street is closer to the tracks?
It's closer. It's not.
Yep.
I don't know.
Okay, Garrett, anything else for comparables?
I did look at one other property. This was 4760 Schneider Drive.
Okay.
This one was a little bit older. The improved value for the 2024 tax year was $120,100.
Okay. And again, you purchased the property in December of 2022 for $406,000.
Yes, sir.
And in 2023, before January 1 of 2024, so 1 full year, you own that home. Did you updated septic? Is that correct?
Yep.
When did you update septic?
It would have been July or August of 2023. 23. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It was a pretty quick turnaround.
And anything else? When did you do anything else to the home? New kitchen, any windows or anything like that? Or?
No, windows were done as part of the remodel, as a condition of
I'm sorry. So that was part of your inspection report and blah, blah, blah. So before you moved in, the windows were done?
Yes, not the basement windows, but Most of the windows were done, yep.
Chris, when would your team have been through his house last?
March 2023, if I recall. Let me double check.
So Garrett owned the home when you guys went through?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I've asked a lot for now. Anybody else?
Garrett, did you get quotes from anybody on replacing some of the dilapidated, furnace or any big ticket item that needs replacement?
No, I'd say the biggest ticket item is the leaking in the basement. It's next on my list, but I don't have any quotes that would justify what it takes. Furnace we haven't looked at either. We got some quotes for the septic before doing that, but we know the value of that, so nothing to share.
Okay.
Can I add one
please
point in here? So one of the properties that was mentioned as a comparable was 4760 Schneider Drive.
Sir. Yes.
It's currently listed for sale at $1.1 million. I believe the entire, can I peek through here quick? We looked through this recently, but I think most of the house has been, significantly renovated. So it's a much larger lot too for what it's worth, but currently listed at 1.1 million.
Okay. What, Chris, just for my own curiosity in this case, Garrett's house was built in 1955, and then so it's 69-year-old house, and then you have an effective age. What is effective age? What does that terminology mean?
So, easy way to explain it, as I've probably mentioned before, but is if you get it, for a car, you put a new engine in, new transmission, or whatever it might be, extends the life of the house, makes it newer, so to speak.
Okay. That's right.
When you have a home and you redo kitchen, windows, bathrooms, drywall, mechanicals, whatever it might be, that extends the life of the home in the sense that those are projects that you then now don't have to do, presumably don't have to do for quite some time. So essentially, takes a house that was built in 1955 when you put, a kitchen in 2023, a bathroom in 2023, you're updating it with current fixtures, makes the house newer, essentially.
Got it.
Of course, the foundation of the house is still built in 1955, so it's a bit of a math calculation to get, it's obviously not built in 2023, so we come up with kind of a hybrid approach to average, or not average, to
Chris, the property record also shows that Garrett has 4 bedrooms and every other comp has 3 or 2. What does that factor into you and Julia's equation here?
So we value everything on a per square foot basis. So if you change those houses to be 4 bedrooms, but the square footage was the same, it wouldn't change.
So having that 4 bedroom doesn't
Right.
necessarily throw this
Right.
in any direction of it. Okay, the other question I have is, do you guys factor in, is this a 1-car or 2-car garage?
The listing we bought it as, listed as a 4-car garage.
4-car garage.
It would be a tight fit for 4. We have 2. It's a pretty long.
And it's
long
attached or not attached?
It is attached to a breezeway mudroom.
Chris, with your other comps attached garages as well?
I can't say for sure, but let me double check.
Yeah. It looks like they potentially may not be.
Yeah, so 2293 South Sainez, and then the other 2 are detached garages.
Garrett, what is the siding, original siding on your house? I'm just curious.
The siding was updated as part of the remodel in 2022.
It's a cute house, just a side note, it's a cute house.
Yeah, they did a nice job on the remodel. Like I said, it looks very nice. There's just some.
Okay.
I have a question
Of course,
for Chris. One discrepancy between how Garrett is describing the property and how it appears, at least in the more abbreviated description on the sales comparison sheet, is that Garrett has spoken about a number of things that need repair, that are not in the best condition, and for every aspect of the property that a quality rating is assigned, or nearly everyone, you've got very good, very good, very good, very good. Is there any place where you think that your assessment does fairly take into account the decrease in value that you might want to assign based on the need for repairs to bring it up to standards of some of the other houses?
So the equipment, which it sounds like is the larger issue, HVAC and stuff like that, is at average. So kitchen remodeled, very good. We have that in.
Is average better than fair or good or worse? What's the scale?
So it goes very, unsound, very poor, poor, fair, average, but and then good, very good, excellent. So average is in the middle, and the thing, I guess, kind of thing to keep in mind is what's the quality of the equipment or mechanicals relative to the actual age of the house. So a house, an easier way to look at it, I guess, we'll talk about, say you've got a furnace, an original furnace in a 1955 house. It's not very likely, but, depending on the case, however, average assumes a normal amount of depreciation. So a house built in 1955, if everything is, if it's all original, we might just default it at good if it's in good condition. If it shows normal signs of wear and tear, we're going to keep it at average. If there's stuff that would be kind of accelerated depreciation, for example, on something, like we might toss it into fair. But I think in this case, we've appropriately compensated for some of the issues that have been described.
Oh, okay, so just by the age that you assign or you measure, or the way in which you take into account the age, you'd say Garrett's appeal to the need for some repairs is taken into account.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question. Are you comparing that to the built age or the effective age of the property?
So in this case, it kind of depends. So it's going to depreciate based off the effective age. We compare it against the actual year built. In this case, even have an effective year built of 1995, that's 30 almost years now. That's, I think, what we've heard is still typical. I mean, if we were basing it off of fully and only the year built of the house, we would probably have it as good, because some of the it's still updated. There's issues with it, but in this case, again, I think that even based off of 1995, I think we've appropriately accounted for those differences.
Okay. At this time, last thing, Garrett, anything else you'd like to add for the public record?
Nope, nothing else to add.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm now closing the testimony on this case. I'll now open up for deliberations among us. In this case, I'm going to ask my fellow board members up here to state, based on the sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. So with that, we're going to have a little discussion among us, and we're going to act on Garrett's property here. Sharif, anything you want to discuss?
Yes. Hello there, Karen. Thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. Unfortunately, I do not believe you have adequately provided sufficient information to your proposed assessed value. I understand that you have made numerous improvements to the property, and you still do intend to upkeep the property to the best of your ability. By not providing additional estimates as to foreseeable acquired cost, which can help us kind of gauge the state of majority of the equipment or materials within the home, I believe the assessor's estimate still holds to my opinion. Thank you.
Carol?
I agree with Sharif.
Andrew?
I'm in agreement with Sharif.
David?
Yes, I too agree with what Sharif has said, and I would say that the assessor has explained the justification for the current assessment well enough.
Mark?
No questions right now.
Thoughts on your position of where the assessor's at on this?
I don't think that Mr. Munn Teller was unfortunately provided enough evidence to overturn the assessor's original valuation of $413,900.
Mr., I'm going to make a motion to have the committee accept the assessor's opinion of the property located at 4836 Irish Lane. The assessor's opinion of that property 0609-134-9340-0 is $413,900. I'd make that motion and ask for a second to approve that number.
Second by Poole.
Second by Poole. Discussion, brief discussion. I think if you failed to provide that, and I just think in this current market with the upkeeps that you had, that's pretty reasonable assessment for that house, in my opinion.
Sure.
Someone that knows the city in different capacities. I would urge an aye vote. All those in favor of agreeing with the assessing department's $413,900 of 4836 Irish Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. Garrett, I want to thank you for coming in. I appreciate you getting here from work and moving quickly like that. I want to thank you. Our clerk, Tracy, here is going to provide you with the determination form. This is not your last stop if you so choose. If you're not satisfied with our decision, there are appeal options available for you listed at the form that our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, will provide you at this time. Thank you again, and thank you for living in Fitchburg.
Yeah,
I'd ask committee members to stick around for one more final business before we adjourn. Tracy, you'll take care of this. Chris, hold tight if you would.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. We now have come to item number 9. I'm going to defer to the city clerk after I read the item in the agenda. Consider act on scheduling additional board of review date if needed. Tracy or Chris, do you anticipate any for future dates for this committee this year?
Thank you, Chair. There is no future business that needs to be acted on.
Chris, would you agree?
I would agree.
I'll make a quick announcement. Chris, why don't you just for the record state your staff that worked on assessments this year?
Yeah, this was a long, somewhat challenging process. My first time going through reevaluation, but with the help of my team. Craig Olson's the deputy city assessor, handles most of our commercial stuff. Julia behind me here and Trent are two of our property appraisers who led the charge in residential valuation, and Andrew Woodruff, who is our assessment technician, handles a lot of the organizational and behind the scenes stuff. So
one more time for the record, Chris, how many properties or parcels do we have in the city, just for the record?
We have 10,246 parcels.
That includes
That's everything.
Everything,
exempt,
business
all of it.
and the whole shoot match.
Yep.
Okay, at this time, I would call for adjournment of the, hold on, Tracy, go ahead.
You have to say the adjournment the right way, though.
Okay, tell me how to say that.
The sine die.
I like that word. I would ask for adjournment, sine die, of the Board of Review for the City of Fitchburg for 2024. All those, second by?
I'll second.
Second by Slager. All in favor of adjourning, sine die, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Does that mean